Hey everybody! Hello, hello! Good and well time zones. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Tea Break Garden. Welcome back in. If you guys were here yesterday, happy to see you guys again for 2 days in a row. Maybe you guys have been even popping in more than 2 days in a row because I have been streaming all week. I've been streaming all week. The garden's been open. Very open lately. Only rest day I think I will have is going to be Sunday. Yeah, it's going to only be Sunday. But hi everybody, hi Yggdrasil, Kronai, Arcs, Avune, how are you guys? How is Friday going for everyone? Have y'all been experiencing big loud boom booms, big bangs, possibly in your area? Don't fear, it's just fireworks because it's the 4th of July in the US of A. So it's highly likely y'all are gonna keep hearing more of it. If you guys do plan on going out and celebrating, just make sure to stay safe. Make sure you know your limits. Please do not cause any forest fires. I am a fan of Smokey the Bear, and I too do not want my home to get burned down because of irresponsible humans making a bunch of fire and smoke, please. Being spoiled with content. Hi Bex, how are you? Yes, we are. If we're talking about Love and Deepspace, holy crap, are they always feeding us? It's kind of crazy. It is insane. But also in just terms of gacha in general, there is so much popping off and going off. Got my tea here, made some jasmine with honey, that way it can help my throat. I don't want my throat to go out. I got stuff to do with my throat. My throat's important. Your guys' throat should also be important. Just in general, not for any specific reasons, but if you're thinking of anything specific, well, that's good for you. I'm proud of you. Also, hi Meg, welcome in. How are you? Hope you're well. Bex, you're well. Yay! I'm good. Glad to hear that. Yes, I'm doing good, all things considered. Despite the heat, staying hydrated is a top priority, so I'm trying to do that. And in doing so, I feel pretty good until I step outside. I have not stepped outside in a while though. But hopefully, I'm hoping on going on an excursion this weekend. Go touch grass a little bit in search of tea. That is what I'm gonna at least try and do over this long weekend that I have. So, you're good? You stayed awake until 5? Well, I hope you rested well, Mag. I hope you got good enough rest to make up for staying up so late. I too stayed up pretty late. I think I didn't go to bed until like 3 a.m. after we closed the Tea Break Garden yesterday from all of our God of War violence and boy shenanigans, which I've been enjoying God of War a lot. It's fun. It's gorgeous. The world is so pretty. Super pretty. It puts a lot of like giant tales into perspective. So I'm really having a good time here with it. Let's see. What else? P5X has also been fun. Outside of what we do here in the Tea Break Garden with it. I did a little more progress off stream to open a couple of like side quest things up and everything. Explored a little bit of mementos, did some material grinding, unlocked like the Velvet Room trials, both of them. There's like two of them. So I think I'm trying to keep pace with that, but also at the same time, like, so we whiffed Finon for Honkai Star Rail on Wednesday. Womp womp. I'm very sad about that. That means I gotta put my nose back to the grindstone on Honkai Star Rail. The grind doesn't stop. There's so many grinds, guys. There's gacha grinding, there's full-time work grinding, there's stream grinding, content creation grinding. It never stops. I just want the world to grind to a halt for a month. Can it do that? Can 2025? Does 2025 any brakes? I think we started this like car, and this car, someone took away the brakes for 2025. Oh gosh. Not yet for you. You've gotten a lot of god tier pulls in Honkai. That's good. Yeah, I have been seeing some friendos at least making out like bandits with all the gacha updates, which is nice. Their joy gives me some joy because, you know, if I can't get my own joy, I can at least take some joy out of seeing other people's joy, which is great. It helps. It gives me that little extra boost of serotonin to get throughout the day instead of being bummed about my own bad gacha luck. So we have 6 days and 23 hours until the Fate collab in Honkai Star Rail. Yes, that's what we're going to be shifting gears over to instead of continuing. Well, I want to continue the main story as well. That's the problem. That's the problem. Like if you're a Fate fan and you also play Honkai Star Rail, I feel like it's kind of hard to decide what you want to focus on since they are doing the collab event right as they dropped the new patch. And for someone like myself who has to stay organized via a schedule, it's like super hard to break from that schedule because there's just so much to try and stick to that, like, yeah, that's why I'm having a conundrum. I want to start the Fate event when it drops, but at the same time, we kind of stopped at a very important part last Wednesday for the Honkai main story at the same time. So yikes. Maybe I should just do a coin toss. But I want to see Lancer. I want to see Pikukenn. I love hymns. For some reason you feel calm watching my stream. Oh, I'm happy to hear that you take some nice calm, like chill, like serotonin good vibes from the stream, Mag. That's what I would like to do. Like the thing that I want to have here in the tea break garden is just everybody being able to, you know, take a break. Like the tea break garden is a little corner that everyone can just, like, you know, distance themselves from anything that's bothering them for the day or anything like that, and just hang out, you know, do some distracting stuff, just take a breather. You're editing a video about it as you speak, but it'll be very minor editing. Ah, I got you. Yeah. It's hard being a one-person content creator. I believe, actually, I've been seeing some opinions lately on socials about, I guess someone was being dumb on the internet, which isn't anything new, and they said something that, of course, was very insensitive to other people's experience and struggles in the same sphere. So now everybody's like, hey, it's not easy. Don't make it sound like everything is easy just because, you know, honestly, in this day and age, everybody wants to make a little corner for themselves and for people to come and hang out, and it's not, like, it's not easy. It just isn't. Like, sometimes I'll edit stuff and I'll be like, hey, this is pretty, like, good. I think people will like this, and because there's just so many things happening every day that want your attention, they want your eyeballs. Give me your eyeballs. It just doesn't get seen, you know? And it's not because it isn't good. Don't beat yourself down because you worked on something really hard and it, you know, flopped. It's more than likely not your fault. It's the internet, it's the timing, it's controversies that end up exploding over 24 hours that people look into and everything else gets ignored, etc., all that stuff. But yeah, there's been a couple of people saying that it's not easy, and it's not just streaming. Kind of any bubble / community, cosplay, YouTubing, VTubing, singing, voice acting. It's good that there's a lot more people that are free to be able to explore those avenues, though. It's great that there's more opportunities, but at the same time, the market gets more competitive as well. So just don't give up. That's all I gotta say. If you truly enjoy what you're doing, that's what you got to use as fuel, and you just got to keep working on it. There's nothing wrong with putting something out there, even if it's not 100%, which is something I've had to struggle with because I grew up trying to be a perfectionist. But it's better that what you work on gets put out there, even if it's not all according to Keikaku, than hiding it, because you can't use it as a stepping stone to reflect on your own growth if you keep working and you keep doing it and you keep getting better and better as you keep doing it. This is applied to like literally any media, not just what I mentioned. So that it also includes art and all that stuff too. Am I gonna be pulling for wedding cards? Yes, I will be, Bex. My priority ones, definitely Silas. My usual is Silas and Zayne, and then afterwards the third position is whoever looks the most tempting outside of Silas and Zayne. You got all but Caleb. Ooh, nice. That's a nice haul, Bex. Did you already look at the cards and everything? I'll be honest, guys, I haven't looked at any of the new features since the update dropped, just because of my schedule being, you know, a problem. It's not a problem. My schedule works. It works. It's just time is the problem. Time is the culprit. You are debating on asking your friend who likes editing videos to edit for you because you despise editing videos because it's confusing to you. Ah, I see. I mean, I don't think it would hurt to reach out as long as you properly compensate them. You know, friend or no, don't, you know, just assume by association that they'll do stuff for free. That's not good. I mean, friends are not, it's still technically, I would consider it a business like proposal, like, or slash contract slash transaction. So yeah. And yes, you've watched all 5, but you'll get no spoilers from you. Zane came home twice and you got his second fit. Nice, congrats. Miss Kai, thank you so much for the head pat. Appreciate it. I'm gonna need it. 1 head pat equals +1 luck for hopefully the pulls we do today. But gosh, man, is it just me, or has the relationship in Love and Deepspace kind of been progressing fast? I'm not really used to it compared to other dating sim live service kind of games, because no, even Caleb I think is kind of moving fast because he finally got the kissies he wanted. His thirst has been slated. He got that on his birthday. So, but now I'm like curious because, okay, I did pull the Caleb birthday card, but like they only kissed, right? That's as far as they went, right? So like, are we marrying Caleb without taking his V card? Or that's what that's kind of like, I know Caleb girlies would say yes, he lost his V card on his birthday at the same time, but like, we didn't get the spiciness that the other guys got when they horizontal tangoed with MC. So that's why I'm kind of like, huh. Caleb is just very, very, very traditional man. He's a very, you know, he holds old tradition and values maybe. I can kind of see him maybe being like that, but that's just my thoughts until we actually get one that is similar to the other guys' cards. But there are trailers that they dropped, that the official YouTube channel dropped, so we're gonna take a look at those. You think there's something to be said about the fact that all of the characters have destiny aspects to their relationships with MC? That factors into the pace since none of the relationships are starting from square one. You could argue that though for Zane and Caleb. True, yes. Yes, I was under the assumption that the only love interests that didn't really know about their past relationships with MC would be Zane and Caleb, based off of all of the lore that we have received. We also have a new theme song witnessed by Deepspace. We'll be looking at that as well. Me yoink. Where be my tablet? There it is. Okay, so pause my theme song. Unmute. There are quite a few videos to look at. Okay, this is where we left off. Have I played the new main story for ZAYNE? If not, you're going to keep something to yourself. If you're talking about the latter half of Death and Rebirth, I have not. That's actually what we're going to look at after we do the pulls. Because that big story drop was so huge, we only covered Silas last time I streamed.
You wanted me to fold you 1,000 paper
Everything
cranes
looks
when we were
so
kids.
gorgeous. They cook
They
every
won't just be
time
a
with
Deepspace.
the settings.
They'll live
The
on in my
backdrop's always
dreams.
so good.
By Lemurian customs, our covenant has been forged. In return, I'll give you the entire ocean as my gift.
May I leave behind my own memento for this journey?
Space Bunny! Oh my gosh! Xavier, let's
The
go!
avarice of my wish is unyielding. Trading all the beauty in this world to make a reality wouldn't be enough. But I want to give you so much more.
People usually come here to
I've seen so
exchange
many
vows.
memes of that screenshot of MC
There's
and
something
Silas.
I want to do with you
Damn it.
before they disappear.
I want to share every
Caleb
adventure
is
with
just
you in the future.
being inspired
This
by
new
Infinity
home.
Nikki.
Is that okay?
I want to witness every flower bloom in our future together. Will you give me that chance?
So, is it possible for you to stay with me until the end of time?
I want more memories of us until they fill our future. And you?
If this vow actually represents eternity, will you give me the chance to prove myself worthy of your devotion?
I could never think up the proper words to convey my feelings like this. I would just be like, so yeah,
we
do you want to
already
just
doing
like
that?
stay together forever?
The future is right now.
I'm not a
Adventures that
smooth
only
talker.
existed in dreams have become today's reality.
I also saw people comparing that
Let us make a
segment
vow
to
in a sea of
Hal
jasmine.
from Howl's Moving Castle
always see
at the
the
opening,
flowers
and I'm just
bloom
like, ah.
together.
Guys, do you have a favorite
I
Ghibli
wish to be the
film? Mine is
person
Howl's Moving
who's always
Castle,
by your
so it
side
got me
when you
hard.
Find happiness.
That
No
part
matter
from
where our
Zane
journey
reminds
takes
me
us,
of Beauty and the Beast.
let the stars be our witness. Our vow shall endure like the universe itself.
I want this wish to last forever. All right, let's create more memories with each
The
other.
dresses are so
Until
pretty.
doomsday itself actually arrives.
Every second of our lives must be shared, starting from this moment. From now on, the ocean's waters flow for you.
And there they go, off into the sunset.
Hold on tight. The train is about to leave.
Xavier would be your personal vote for my
I
third.
wish
The
you
art
could
is
be happy
stunning.
for all of eternity.
Yeah, I like space themed stuff as well.
Yes. These flowers are returning to where they came from.
Can you lower your head a little?
It just means everything that happened here will become a secret between us.
Yeah, I just realized there's a problem if Silas and MC marry because, you know, our job. We get the wedding dress for free and the ring for free. Bruh. Oh, they brought Illuso back. Oh, that's right. I did see some more Illuso posting. People trying to see up Raphael's crotch by putting the towel on him during his his merman god like segments. Except they weren't able to do it. They couldn't. They paperfold or infold. We're like, we caught you. You can't look up there. That was so pretty. That was so pretty. Okay, I'm one of those people that really likes or wants to know how people put things together, like behind the scenes. And I wish I could know like what their process is to make all this stuff, because they are consistently making bangers. So this is this songstress for the new theme song. Why are they so good at making backdrops? Holy cow. I wish I could make backdrops like that back when I was doing cosplay sets. She's so cute. That's such a cute outfit too. Aw. Oh, hi, Di. Hello, welcome in. Wait, what? Did you miss context? Possibly. Where did you come in at? It's fine. They all think he's a fruit vendor. That's true. A very tall, dark, handsome, vampire kind of looking fruit vendor. Nobody needs to know he's actually the leader of a gang. Nope, not at all. Okay, what is this? Of Days and Forever. Is this just like a shorter version of what we saw? Oh wait, this is photo mode, isn't it? Yeah, it's photo mode. Also, huge kudos to all of the Love and Deepspace MCs that make absolutely gorgeous like photo things. That's I feel so out of my element when it comes to making the photo like poser and stuff like that. Like just now. Okay, so with the new update for Love and Deepspace, they brought back this function called Illuso, and what that does is you can revisit the cinematic portions of the cards that you pull and dress the guys up in any of the clothes that you have for him, because usually those cards are locked to specific outfits. So we have bath towels. We can put the guys in bath towels. And with the Illuso being back after Raphael getting his third myth form, which is he is legit Fishman. He is the Lumerian Lumerian god in that form or whatever. People have been trying to look up they've been trying to look up his bath towel by putting him in the bath towel for those card segments, but Infold was like, we know you guys thirsty. We blocked it. Blocked, sorry. You can't do that. Rabid and feral are we. It's hard though. It's hard not to be. Like, come on, have you seen these guys? You've seen these guys. Thank you, Misk. Okay. Ooh, all right. Wait, they're dropping a Caleb? Okay, yes, they are dropping a Caleb. All right, next is for you. Man, they pulled out all the stops for the wedding stuff. This is crazy. Aww. See, seeing stuff like this makes me wish that I focused a little bit more on certain studies in school. Ah, chibis! Man, notes in this day and age, physical post-its in this day and age. How quaint. Where did they film these spots? How did they get the settings exactly like the ones in the game? Guys, our husbando's bedrooms are real. Whoa, 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 slow down. Global Expo Tour. Oh, that's right, they're gonna be at AX. All y'all going to AX, I'm so jealous. Y'all get Love and Deepspace, y'all get Persona 5 The Phantom X, y'all get Obey Me. Somebody, come visit the Midwest, I'm drowning. I'm dying. Ah! Fate also has a booth. Fate comes almost every year to AX too, though. But yes, yes. Gosh dang it! I'm so mad. I'm A-posing again. Why does my webcam keep dropping? Stop it. Whatever. I'm gonna keep A-posing till we get through these videos. Dang it. Also, hi Kimberly, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? Okay, next is Before Sunset, After Vows. This is probably the overview for the wedding event, isn't it? Yeah. We get the chibis back again. Select venue styles. Unique balloons. Pumping minigame. Oh, diorama crafting. Okay, that's the main minigame it looks like. Ceremony favors. It is a lot of work to get a wedding set up. Like, I didn't really realize it, but people like start planning weddings a year in advance, don't they? What? We can take chibi photos too? You also get it as being a Canadian outside of the two major cities. No one comes here. Yes. Yes, we are The Midwest is called flyover states for a reason. Nobody wants to stop here. You're doing good, Kimberly. Nice. Happy to hear that. I'm doing good. I'm a little stiff right now.
Remember when I said...
No, I don't remember. I don't know who you are. Who are you? Dang autoplay. I need to turn off autoplay if there's a way to turn off autoplay. Actually, you know what? It'd probably just be better to just open all these. Or open in a separate tab. There we go. We didn't just watch this, right? Did we just watch this? We did, but it said it wasn't watched already. Now my computer is freaking out. I mean, my computer can't take all of the wedding going on. Okay, here's the actual theme song. Bottom right of the video. Oh, okay, thank you. Play. They have the translation as well. That's nice. This is 5 minutes long. We're gonna hear a little bit of it. Wait a minute. Oh, this is instrumental. Okay. They dropped an instrumental. I see. I'm gonna save that for later for research. Oh no! Bring it back! Bring the tab back! No. Guys, don't look at my analytics. It's embarrassing. Gosh dang it. My Firefox has betrayed me. It's just being really jank right now. I'm not lagging or anything, am I? I shouldn't be. Though I am still stuck in an A pose. I thought they were going to drop the full song. I guess not. They did say it was going to release on platforms soon. So I figured they put the official song out first before an instrumental. Okay, they added a new feature. I did hear about this, kind of. We can eat with our boys. Who needs Pokemon sleep when you can sleep with your mans?
Therapy, a sound system, blackout curtains. They're ready. So am I. We can do breathing exercises. Or we can listen to each other's heartbeats, perhaps.
Uncomfortable.
We can lay on him. We can change sleeping positions.
Come closer then. A kitten making biscuits.
You're getting bolder.
Oh my gosh.
It's like an airship is suddenly in turbulence.
For free?
I'll make
This is
sure
a free feature?
See the ocean with her.
They sleep talk?
time to go to bed.
Music and
It's
white
also
noise
time to
Oh,
say
white noise.
good night.
Oh, God bless. All hail the white noise. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of smart. Infold's been pretty smart. AR mode features. You know what game didn't need kickstarted to have features like this? Sorry. That's petty of me. Anyway.
So, is this a study hideout for today?
This place is nice. So, what's the plan, cutie?
We gotta take him with us while running! Ah!
This place is serviceable. It just needs some music.
Arx, are you ready to steal my iPad to do punching bags with Silas? Dang. Personalized, very personalized work-study, workout feature now. Oh my god, we can put the plushie in the back. Hey Lavi, you wanna go hang out for some tea? Yo, sorry, but it's time for my routine. Go out to the park and do push-ups with Caleb. That's insane. Oh, we do have new gameplay as well. Oh, there's the... Oh, wait, no, that's the interview. Okay. You're gonna dip. You have a picnic with the family. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Yggdrasil. Have a good time with your family. I hope the picnic is delish. Thank you, thank you. Also, hello to you too, senpai. Welcome in, welcome in. My computer wants to explode. I can tell it's gone overloaded with all of the guys. Come on, Firefox. There's only like 2 videos left. How hard could it be? How hard could it be to load a video? You think it's on only actual music platforms? I'll have to check my Spotify. There's been a couple of new releases I need to add to my Spotify playlist. Really? Come on. Come on. Load. Load. It was like, I've had enough. These features are ridiculous. I will say I did not restart my computer before starting today. That might be one issue. Sometimes my computer gets cranky if it's left on overnight. It is on Spotify? Okay. They also released their second OST album, so most of the music is not on there. Oh, that's a strange choice then. All right, close that. Reopen. Oh, it is now. Oh, okay, I got you. Ah, there we go, there we go, there we go. New feature, unicorn operation. So this is not a new abyssal thing. This is its own thing. 3 factors vie for dominance. Enhance influence to gain battle advantages. New gear sets. This is its own thing, but it's just like Abyssal with new stuff. Okay, that's what I figured. I was like, this is looking kind of like Abyssal, but slightly... Oh, there's different mini games. Okay. This kind of reminds me a little bit of Tears of Themis's regional debate stuff, but way more fleshed out. Egg. Ah, spaceship. What? Raphael gets the MMO buffs? The status effect stuff. That's neat. I'll have to start grinding on that immediately. Okay, last one before my web browser just completely craps itself. We'll skip over the interview and look at the new upcoming card. Caleb's yearly nostalgia.
Once the weekend's over, I'll be heading back. What's next?
What's next? Grips your leg hard.
Who said I was going to leave now? Go ahead. I'm not hiding anything. You're messing around again. Behave. Stop touching me. Do you think I'll let you do
Stop
whatever
touching
you want?
me.
What's wrong?
Sorry.
A little resonance should do the trick, right? Wind's coming in from Skyhaven. There's a more interesting place. Care to join me?
Interesting. I didn't think he would be someone to say that. I figured Zane would say, Zane or Raphael would be the ones to say, stop touching me. Bro can't handle it anymore. He can't reel himself in. Okay, let me close these to try and get my computer to calm down, calm down. Also, I need to fix my, why am I T-posing so hard? I have a feeling I might need to adjust my camera settings or something. Give me just a moment just to make sure nothing is taking up my resources. Is this on? It's not on. Okay. What is taking Lavi's PC resources up? Why is my CPU percent so high? It shouldn't be. I wonder if I should replug my webcam back in. Actually, I'll just go ahead and do this. Close. Well, I did a couple of things the other day, and I'm wondering if maybe that might have done something with my webcam. But I'll go ahead and run this as admin. Will this help? "3D stuff. Ayo. My hands, are they working now? Okay, they kind of are. Right. If I T-pose again, that's it. We're finished. It's Jover. But okay. We have checked up on what has been released, and that's a lot of stuff, guys. If you'll just hold on tight, I'm going to have some of the major cores get the tea break garden ready so we can start getting those pulls out of the way. So, BRB momentarily just to get everything switched over. Okay, we're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. We got the garden ready so we can do our pulls today. Silas is eeping. He's been very eepy, man. Though, okay, so there are some things I haven't clicked on that are new, and I'm just kind of like, what are these? What are these? So we're gonna check that first. One of them is this gear thing. I think it's because I pay monthly. So I'm not quite sure what the custom widgets are. Exactly. Information display. Are these actually, do they actually go like on your phone outside of the game? Or are these still within the game? Wow, that's kind of helpful, actually. Once you make them in the game, they become available as phone widgets. That's actually really neat. Because sometimes I don't get the actual like notification if my stamina is refilled or something like that for other gacha games. Or if I've done everything. Okay. Gotcha. I will edit that. You can also have a photo widget. Okay, that's pretty cute. That's cute. Your cat misses you. You can choose a cat to place on the home screen. Different cats have different reactions. Yo. Well, I know which one I'm picking. Oh, that's cute. It tells you how long. Oh, okay. So you can have more than one? Interesting. All right. Okay, that's pretty adorable. I like how they are thinking like out of the box. Okay, what's the butterfly one? Deepspace Vow Pack. Ah, I see promos. I see. Okay, and then you pay and it goes down and all right. 17 days to do that. Okay. And then I think
You don't want to know what happened to the last last person who disturbed my sleep.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pookie. Okay, anyway, quality
You're
time.
asking me for a favor?
I think this is how we access the sleeping thing, right?
Oh, you want me to do something with you?
AR mode is off. Oh, yeah, the sleep is here. Okay, we're not turning on AR mode because I don't want to possibly have you guys see my actual IRL ugly mug. I do want to play with the sleep thing for a little bit.
Sleeping during the day, or do you like sleeping together during the day?
Both. Both. Why not both? Oh my gosh. A good rest. Oh, how long is a good rest? What does that mean?
Get up when you're hungry. The chef will prepare your favorite dishes. Are you tired? Come a little closer, kitten. Lie down over here.
Meow.
I don't need it.
What do you not need? What?
For you.
Ah!
Good night.
I don't need a man. I have him. What? 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 Is he so pretty? I wonder, how do you guys sleep? Because I'm also a side sleeper. No, not your chest. Trying to tug at my heartstrings here for reasons. Boop.
Come closer then.
Stop. Never in your life are you laying on your arm like that. I can kind of see. Okay, I can't sleep like that though. I can, but only during the day. I can't sleep on my back when I'm actually going to sleep. He's trying to reach for his gun. Bro! Stop. He said that he has his gun under his pillow sometimes. Bro. Take up all of the bed too. I do move around a lot in my sleep though.
I'm too heavy.
Bro, that is a line that could be said somewhere else.
Kitten making biscuits. How bold.
You can change the music and you can take pictures too. Okay. This is a feature. This is a feature. Okay. I will have to research more later. Yeah, it's less than 5 minutes. I know. Oh, sneak away or wake him up. What? Sneak away. Feels like I didn't sleep at all. He's restless. He I don't know if he will ever really fully get sleep sometimes because of his occupation. So I think it's very in character. But sheesh. Okay. I think don't put me in the thing yet. No, okay, hang on. I'll just have to do that later. That event is for the wedding event that is happening. We are not covering that today. We're going to cover that at another time because one, the event just dropped, so I don't think everything is available for unlocking. So once everything's unlocked, we'll actually go over the wedding event. I wanted to get in there for a login bonus, but I'll have to do that like later today or something, because I will have to skip through the prologue to open it. Okay, so wish time. Wish time. What do we got? We have 6 tickets and 15,000 gems. We are going to select Silas, Zayne, and Xavier for our ups. Precise wish that we definitely want if we whiff our 50-50 is going to be Silas. I'm going to go ahead and grab the 10 gems from this. And what? I have 26 normal tickets as well. So we're going to be doing quite a few pulls today. Cha-cha! Hi, welcome in. Can't believe you have front row seat. Yes, exactly. We're gonna get married at least once. Maybe twice. Maybe 3 times. Maybe 4 times. 5 times if we're super duper lucky. We could be super duper lucky. It's happened before. I did pull out my wallet for the spicy cards last fall, so... I love Silas's card. Both his and Zane's made you emotional, but you're a crier. I wouldn't say I'm like a super duper crier, but I have definitely become more emotional the older I have gotten. So it's possible. Also, there is a gnat flying around me and I am super annoyed about it. So if my hand randomly goes up, that's because I'm like, get out of the way. It would be nice if it would come up here so my flowers could get rid of it, but that's the curse of summer. You get gnats. Ugh, I hate gnats. All right. Ooh. Do stretches. And actually, I want to see what we get out of this. The guys can wear a veil. The guys can wear the veil. I love Infold. They don't care. They really don't care, do they? Yeah, why not? Give everybody. Everyone should wear a veil for the wedding. You know what? You know what? I'm on that train. It shouldn't just be the bride. The groom should also have a veil. Hey, wait, then what is the bride wearing? They're both wearing the veils. They're both gorgeous and they should both be unveiled. Okay, let's start. Nothing. That's to be expected. First pull luck would be ridiculous. But I am prepared. Thankfully, I'm prepared. So we're at least coming out of here with one guy because I'm super prepared. Which I am like about since all my other gacha pulls have been not Daijobu. Hi, Silas. How many more? 45 till guaranteed. Give me that. I'm wearing it instead. We'll just make a backup veil, right? What's next? After wedding, the next big stage in life is a baby, right? Are we getting a baby banner next year? Ah, we're gonna have to hit pity, aren't we? Getting children would be insane. I know, right? I don't even think Tears of Themis have done that. Oh, true. Honeymoon, usually. Yeah. I kind of forget honeymoons are a thing. Because that's even more money. So expensive. I see you, game. I see you're making me struggle. Making me struggle. Come on, this one. Make it this one. Just skip the 5. Oh, not even skipping the 5. Making me work for it. Come on. Cut me some slack. I play 5 gacha games now and I work overtime for my office job. It's like, that means you got extra money to actually pay, right? Cough up, Lavi. Cough it up. Cough it up. Who's it gonna be? I would really love for it to be Silas, but Zane's... I mean, hi, Xavier. Welcome in. Bex, you really were... I think Bex told him to come here. He's like, oh, someone in chat complimented me? Alright, it's my time to shine. Literally. Alien Space Prince is here. We're getting married to Xavier first. It's a very pretty backdrop though. It's very gorgeous. Aesthetic is peak. Beautiful card, but you would have preferred ZAYNE or Silas for me, though. Yeah, we still got pulls that we can do here, so we're gonna keep going. We're going all in. Thank goodness to the person that like predicted / like leaked the banners for this year, because that helped me prepare a bit. Xavier. I heard someone's complimenting Xavier and I hate that guy. For real though. He was like, who? Jealousy activated even if it's his self? He had to go prove it. That list is saving your life. It's saving mine too. Let's go. No pity for Silas. Come on. Come on. Yeah! Thank goodness he wasn't that far behind Xavier. Ayo! Let's go. My goth wedding. My goth wedding. Ikuzo. Oh, it's so pretty. That's so aesthetic. Oh, even her dress is the type of dress that I would want. What is it called? Where it's high in the front and it drops in the back. Very pretty. And the lace, the long arm lace. Xavier and his MZ deserve each other. She's jealous of herself and his It's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, let's change. We're going to Caleb or Raphael. I think I want to pick Caleb next, because the train in the sky and the homage to Hal from Howl's Moving Castle in the trailer got me. So we're gonna switch and choose ZAYNE as the next precise wish. No, it was a cock. No, Zane, wrong, Zane. No, not this shit again. It's the horizontal tangle banner all over again. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We didn't really waste that much. We just popped the precise swish early, so he's going to come next time. For sure. It's okay. It's okay. Cope, cope, cope. Cope, cope, cope. Bruh. I don't think I think I peeked back at that other banner though. Which, what a banner to peek at. Peek at the spicy banner. Okay. This is the last 10 pull I can do before I swipe. No. Not that nice. I see. I see. Not that nice. It was Nightly Rendezvous, Bex. I pulled everybody and I pulled dupes of Zane and Silas. I think I pulled 2 dupes of Silas for that banner. But I also swiped a little bit on that banner as well, so we're at 120. Do we have a star pick crate? We do. It's at 200 pulls. Okay. I'm not gonna swipe today because the banner literally just dropped. There's still 17 days left. And I'm that person that only starts swiping if the banner is about to go away and I don't have what I want. So, 2 out of the 5 guys, not a bad first so far. Let's go ahead and get these regular banner ticket pulls out of the way. You're a moderate spender. If you want it, you get it. But you've caught up on myth reruns now, so you're happy about that. I am happy to report that when Raphael's 3rd myth card was out, I got both of his cards in the same pull within 30 pulls. So I think that's kind of where some of my luck went. Was that. Pulling both of the myth cards in one heckin', that was like, I was like, huh? Oh, what happened? That's never happened before. Because I was just kind of like, I was like, I really like what his 3rd myth set looks like, and his mealtime I ate before starting stream. We're good. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, I pulled both of these. Mist Sea Descent and Mist Sea Lament together in one 10 pull, which is absolutely crazy because I feel like Raphael is the one least likely to come home to me. Zane's rerun was insane luck for you. You are 3'd in like 340 pulls and lost only 2 50-50s. That is crazy. I agree. This myth is strong. The story is also sad. You love it. I've not had a chance to read the story, but I do find it kind of insane that we don't have to level them up to get shards anymore to unlock the myth story. I wonder why they decided to change that. But yeah, this looks like a very, very tragic story. Just based off the card previews. You think it's a quality of life improvement? I didn't really have any problems with it in the first place, but you know, making it to where we don't have to work more to get it, I'm okay with. Not only do you not have to upgrade them to read it, but you only need 1 card to read it. See, that's what I heard, but I couldn't confirm since I pulled both of them in the same pull. So I was just like, well, okay, I guess I'll just have to accept it until proven otherwise. Because sometimes when I hear things like that feel kind of like, I can't imagine a company like doing that, is where I'm like, I feel like I need to do it myself to prove that that's true, because that just feels insane. Because like, if people mostly really want the lore instead of the cards, because, well, I'm a person that wants lore a bit more, I wouldn't really bother pulling the other card unless it was for my husbando. Like, if it was Silas, I'm gonna pull it no matter what. But I like hearing about the other boys' lore. So I was like, okay, I'll try and pull the third myth for Raphael. If I get one, then I'll stop there and see if I can look at the lore. And if so, that's good. If not, then, well, I'm gonna have to pass, because I wanted to prioritize the wedding banner. So personally, I think people probably shouldn't pull on a myth unless they can guarantee the crate at 150, because if you don't get the companion without both cards, but people only care about the story that's great for them. Yeah, that's me. I'm more attached to the story. But also, this set is very tempting in general because of how much they cooked. They cooked hard. They cooked hard with this, and now it's setting like my expectations for everybody's third myth cards up high. And I don't really think they've not disappointed me yet. So let me just go ahead and pump some resources into Silas. Excuse me.
You're so cute.
Oh, we have the promo going on too. Yeah, okay. Ah, looks so good. Everybody looks so good. But again, whoever's the like in-house like character designer, they know their elements and their fundamentals really well, and the attributes associated with each guy, and that guy's MC. It's kind of bonkers. It's kind of bonkers. I think I said this before, but I really hope they're getting paid the big bucks. The quality has been in the literal sky for myths since Silas's Beyond Cloudfall came out. Yes, I agree. Boyfriend's calling me. Okay, what do you want?
Feeling someone's about to give me an earful because of 7 missed calls.
Oh, what were you doing?
What happened? Why did you call me so many times?
I pulled your card. It's time to get married. Are you free right now? The bells are ringing and fireworks are gonna go off this evening. I hope you're free. Silas, did you take selfies with my phone? And they aren't good. The pics are blurry.
You finally saw them. It took you a week to notice. I was starting to wonder if you'd ever find out.
Why did you do it with my phone? Don't you have your own?
Kitten, are you forgetting something?
What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours.
A week ago, weren't you the one who took my phone for some high diving at the pool?
What? Did we waterlog his phone? It was an accident. You weren't there when it happened. Or you were there. You were there when it happened. Hold on, while I was fishing your phone out of the water, were you taking selfies with my phone and making a V his sign?
Don't get so riled up. Look at your album. I took pictures of you too.
Give me a moment.
Oh, I might have taken at least 100 pictures. Oops.
You're not sorry. Silas.
You have a full-blown documentary about your phone rescue mission. You don't need to thank me.
No one's thanking you. Instead of taking 100 pics of me, you could have made yourself useful by, you know, helping me get your phone out of the water. Though you managed to get all of my good angles in these, how come you're not a good photographer when it comes to selfies?
I know what I look like. Why should I spend time taking pictures of myself?
Damn.
I have someone more important to capture.
Damn! I've decided, set aside some time tomorrow. We're going to Twinkle Photo Booth. We might even spend the whole night there.
That sounds awful. Is this so I can take better selfies? Not to mention, it's the whole night. Guess it'll be a special training session.
For someone with your selfie skills, intense training is needed to form muscle memory. It's the best method.
I don't have much to do tomorrow anyway. Feel free to train me until dawn. Also, I suggest we
How to
find a
train your
place
I
to put
mean-
my newly acquired skills to the test immediately after our training session.
Good idea. Where do you want to go?
There's a park nearby that we can visit. Starting tomorrow night, it'll have water lanterns.
Taking a selfie at night will be harder than taking one at Twinkle Photo Booth.
Perfect. I like it when things are difficult, especially when it's a challenge we're doing together.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me claim that. Give me those. And these. And these. Thank you. Okay. Well, I have to rein it in, so we're gonna rein it in. We're not gonna do any more pulls today. So if anybody needs to head out afterwards, then please feel free to do so. We are gonna continue to stream for a bit more because I need to make some more headway into the main story. We're gonna pick up where we last left off for Death and Rebirth, which is part 3 out of 4. Part 1 and part 2 is focus on Silas. Part 3 and part 4, I'm assuming, is going to be covering Zayne's part of Death and Rebirth. And I'm more worried for Zayne than I am Silas. Very worried. Very, very worried. Lexion, hi, welcome in. Dating bad boys? That's because I'm a bad bee. At least I try to be. I hope I'm kind of a bad bee. I sure don't want to bring my bad boys down, so. How are you? How goes your Friday? In the early morning, street lamps cast a bright, lonely glow across the snow-covered streets. It makes the city appear deserted. Barely able to keep his eyes open, a boy dozed off in the priority seat. He swayed back and forth during the trip until he finally bumped his head. It was before the bus stopped, too.
Ow.
Okay, youngin'. I feel like, okay, I think he was shown in the, like, near the end of the last part. It's been a couple weeks since we last continued main story, so I'm a little frazzled, with what was introduced, like how we switched over to Zayne's part. I do remember what happened in Silas's part. Heck, that researcher guy. I'll just say that. You're good? Yay! Good to hear that. I'm doing good as well. I'm doing good too. My parents did invite me out in the evening for fireworks, but like their entire neighborhood kind of sets out, so I'm not sure if I want to go this year because that's a lot of people. So my plans are kind of up in the air for today. Just happened to see how I end up feeling later.
Now arriving at Azure Square Station. Please remember to
As soon as he gets off the bus, cold wind mixed with snow hits his face. It washes away his drowsiness. He rubs his eyes. Upon realizing where he is, his gaze instantly lights up.
Judgy, wake up! We're here!
The journey between the Arctic and Lincoln City spans thousands of kilometers. After several transit changes, he finally returned to his starting point. After hurrying to a secluded bench and making sure no one's around, the boy carefully sits down his backpack and gives it an admonishing pat.
We're back. And you're not allowed to run off this time. Until we find the emissary, we need to stick to our usual plan.
He's kind of soft-spoken. Let me
Regular dog whenever
bring this
there are
up a little.
people
There.
around.
People, yes, people in a what is it called? A suburb outside of city limits. So a lot of bangings, a lot of boomies.
You know, the fluffy kind that humans love to pet. Got it? We'll practice paw shaking later.
Okay, so right. This boy came out from the Arctic area that Zayne has been going back and forth from, I believe. I think we're literally going to be seeing Zayne end up being revealed to what his actual destiny is supposed to be. That's why I'm nervous. That's why I'm nervous for him. The boy waits for a long while, but there's no response from the backpack.
Should he?
With a growing sense of dread, he unzips the backpack, only to find a hole and a few tangled tufts of white fur. The wind whistles through the gap. Have I read his anecdote / the world underneath? If it was before Caleb's return update, yes, I have. But I also have read all of his myth cards too, because I have them. And I did read the, I think it was called the Key Time event that was going on when this new update dropped that went over a bit of Silas's and Zayne's like background before they got to this current time. Studying the documents Zayne gave me, I searched through every library and archive in Lincoln City. I try my best to uncover the information about cosmic civilizations hidden in the biometric key, but every search has come up empty. I'm missing one of his World Underneath entries that talks about the fractal library, but I should be okay without it. Okay, I know, I think there was. I think didn't they add a new update in the World Underneath after, it was after Caleb's update happened? I need a blanket. My feet are cold. And it's not Zayne's fault. I know we started reading Zayne's story, but it's not his fault. My feet are cold. Yes, it was in March or something. Okay, yeah, I haven't got to that one. I was kind of wondering about the library when I saw the art for it, for the segments for that event with the new story update. Okay, there we go. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, thank you for the hydrate too. Several days of running around have taught me one thing though. Unlocking the key's secrets won't be something I can accomplish overnight. But right now, something else has caught my attention. Hi, Jenna.
These are special pathological cases where the subjects retain a human's physical features, but their consciousness has been eroded. Only primitive aggression and instincts remain. For now, we're designating them as Alterum. These Alterum share one common characteristic too. They were diagnosed with protocore syndrome.
Oh, okay. So people with the protocore syndrome erode so much they become Alterums. Protocore syndrome. 2 days ago, I received an unexpected message from Zayne at midnight. It was long after we had parted ways. I have to go on a business trip. It's not dangerous, but we might not be able to contact each other for a while. Don't worry. P.S. I'm not going to Mount Eternal. Bro's leaving again. These sudden announcements had become the norm. I scrolled through my emojis and sent back a happy snowman with ellipses above its head. The words protocore syndrome act like a signal. They connect my earlier suspicions to create a clear pattern. Technically, we already knew about the library because it's the Four Seers library. Oh, in his first myth card? We just didn't know it had a title / name. Okay. I was curious since, yeah, that was shown before, but I didn't know if it was the exact same one. This is under Zayne's field of expertise. Could his sudden departure be connected to these Alterum? The description of the Alterum reminds me of those so-called specimens I encountered in Skyhaven. With the altar room appearing in Lincoln City, does this mean the Fountain of Atay has entered another phase? You gotta take off, you're gonna head out to barbecue. Ooh, that sounds so good.
But according to these
That's one of the reasons why I kinda wanna go.
This figure has appeared these past few days. They strike before the police do, and their codename is apparently Dawnbreaker.
Zane. But yeah, no, barbecue sounds good. That's one of the reasons why I kind of want to go later this evening to my parents. But also, I don't know, it might be too hectic. I'm gonna probably also double check how the weather is going to be. But yeah, enjoy the barbecue for me, Kronai. Have a good time. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you another time. Yeah, mention of Dawnbreaker, instant Sag.
They always manage to deal with the Otterum before the police can arrive.
Wait, what? Another urban legend?
Focus.
Jenna interrupts the off-topic discussion. The virtual display switches to show some photos from a crime scene.
As for these recent Alterum attacks, the police need a hunter to investigate and detect metaflux readings. Does anyone want to volunteer?
Thinking these clues might help Zane, I raise my hand without hesitation. I'll go, Captain. Northern Ring Road crime scene. After receiving assistance credentials for my investigation, I head to Northern Ring Road that's located in the downtown area. A detective lifts the barricade tape and approaches me. After we shake hands, he leads me to the crime scene.
Thanks for coming out when there's all this snow.
I'd like to say the same thing to everyone else who was here. I set up the precision scanner I brought on the ground and turn it on. Once the scan is complete, the data will be uploaded to the cloud that the association can access. Then a detailed report will be generated for police use.
Perfect. We've received some of the restored surveillance footage, so we can take a look at it. The surveillance equipment was damaged by the cold, though. I'm afraid the video quality won't be great.
I thought Lincoln City's outdoor surveillance systems were designed to withstand low temperatures.
The temperature dropped far below the equipment's tolerance threshold. It's safe to say the damage wasn't caused by natural means.
In the low-quality footage the detective hands me, I manage to spot an unsettling figure lurking in the darkness. The creature's form is distorted. Weapons that look like hooked tendrils grow from its body. Compared to the ones I've encountered before, they seem to have grown significantly stronger. What about Dawnbreaker? Did you catch them on camera? The detective shakes his head.
They managed to avoid being captured by the surveillance system. Meticulous and efficient, I'd say.
Well, that's our doctor. As I approach the damaged guardrail by the road, my hunter's watch immediately starts blaring an alarm. The initial metaflux readings are extremely high. The Alterum is already similar to a Wanderer.
So that's it then. We should deal with these Alterum before they completely degenerate into Wanderers. Perhaps this so-called serial killer is actually a hero.
The detective gives me a contemplative look.
However, from a hunter's perspective, do you see the Alterum as humans? Or are they monsters that need to be destroyed like Wanderers?
You're asking me to pick sides again? I don't know. We can't just black and white file everything. I think it depends. The line between humans and monsters depends on whether they've lost control. Once someone loses control, they become a monster capable of hurting others. It doesn't matter how prestigious their status may be.
What a thought-provoking answer.
Yeah, I'm choosing the gray area, thank you. The sharp wail of an ambulance siren cuts through the wind and snow. It grows louder as it approaches. We both look up, our gazes following it.
Wanderers? Alterum? The Deepspace tunnel? Sometimes I think about the kind of fantastical world I'm living in. If a disaster even worse than the Chrono Rift catastrophe arrives, how much could humanity really do?
So, the authorities are covering this up and classifying it as an accident. They must be trying to prevent the public from becoming even more panicked. He nods before shaking his head.
The Alterum will cause panic, not the murderer.
Seeing my confusion, he smiles.
A blood-stained murderer is more relatable than these abominations. Yay or nay?
Maybe I'm overthinking it, but something about this detective seems off. In any case, the association will provide the police with a formal energy analysis report. I should get going now. On my way home, I open the forum post that Tara sent me a few minutes ago. It's about Dawnbreaker. Let's expose the truth about the mysterious killer who only appears in snowy dawns, Dawnbreaker. Has anyone else noticed that the Altarum in Lincoln City have been slowly disappearing these past few days? That's because a mysterious killer has appeared in Lincoln City, the Dawnbreaker. They appear between dawn and sunrise, vanishing without a trace at daybreak, hunting Altarum ahead of the police. Inside scoop, 100% legit information, but don't ask me which insider, I can't say more. Doubts. Cease and desist letters. Looks like most of the replies are just call outs. Surprised that Tara would even send us this. Dawnbreaker. The Altarum and Dawnbreaker. These names sound like links in a food chain, destined to exist in a perpetual cycle of predator and prey. Those monsters, come to think of it, I'm not so different from them. Will there come a day when others will try to erase my existence? As this crosses my mind again, I find myself strangely at peace. What was that? I hear a strange noise behind me. When I turn around, I notice paw prints on the ground. What kind of animal left these? A squirrel, maybe? Or a stray dog? Confused, I stand there, but then a white blur darts past in my periphery. My scarf suddenly tightens around my neck before vanishing. Did they just steal my scarf? When I come to my senses, all that's left in the snow is a chaotic trail of footprints. The white blur has already vanished into the darkness around the street corner. My scarf! Wow, scarf thief. What the heck? Rude. In the rundown, gloomy alleyway, only scattered spots of light fall upon the snow-covered ground. A dead end. It took my scarf too. Where did it go? Snow falls silently. My surroundings are so quiet that even the sound of breathing seems jarring.
Are you going to drag me back to the cocoon? I won't return.
Cocoon?
Wait. You're Dawnbreaker. Just kill me already.
Zayne's here? Dawnbreaker? My heart races as I hold my breath and silently move forward. As soon as I turn the corner, I raise my gun at the shadowy figure. We're gonna see him this early? Okay. In the dim lighting, several objects coldly flash from the figure's palm. They're ice shards, and they've pinned the teenager's sleeves and pant legs to the wall. Black crystals cover the teenager's left arm and neck, but he's different from the test subjects I encountered in Skyhaven. The realization hits me. He's an Altarum.
I said you could kill me, not torture.
I suggest you stay quiet.
That voice. I freeze up upon hearing a familiar voice and move my finger away from the trigger. In that split second, a sharp ice shard cuts through the air. It barely misses my cheek. Yo! Dawnbreaker, like the Grim Reaper, turns to face me with cold indifference. Zayne? The white creature that had vanished into the snowy night suddenly appears from out of nowhere, and it jumps onto Zayne. We were interrupting his vigilantiness. On the second chapter? That's crazy. Okay. I thought maybe we wouldn't know until the start of the last chapter. Alright, the teenager breaks free from his restraints and pulls out a knife from his waist. With desperate wild eyes, he lunges at Zayne. But his wrist is caught and twisted again. The cracking of a dislocated bone echoes through the alley.
What exactly is this cocoon you speak of?
Why do you need to know so much?
Because we are a nerd, and he's a nerd, and he's a doctor, and he needs to know information. As if the word cocoon was burned into his nerves, the teenager suddenly jerks away, and he clutches his crystallized left arm as he frantically runs to hide behind me? Spotting my gun, he forcefully grabs my hand and turns it. The barrel's pointing at Zayne now. What?
Let me go. Stay back.
Bro went in. Bro's trying to use this as a shield. A flicker of surprise appears in Zayne's eyes, but that moment of uncertainty quickly fades and his usual coldness returns. Zayne, why are you here? Zayne, who should be away on a business trip, is in a remote alleyway in the middle of the night with an Alraune teenager. He was addressed as Dawnbreaker, too. Something isn't right. Questions pile up one after another in my mind as I assess the situation, and I slowly try to free my hand from the teenager's grip.
You haven't gotten to the point where death is necessary.
Zayne and I almost speak at the same time, and I'm once again taken aback by the coldness in his voice.
But after tonight, that might change. The crystals will erode your body. Your skin will be split open, and your bones will be ground to dust. When it reaches your neck, you'll lose your voice. No one will hear you scream.
The person I've met before is the same one standing before me, yet this version of Zayne feels like a stranger. His voice is cold, his gaze is cold, even his breath is the epitome of coldness. Something seems to trigger a memory in the teenager. His voice trembles as his body curls like a bow being drawn back. He buries his face into his knees.
You're right. They all died like that after emerging from their cocoons.
Cocoons?
I want to live. But if I'm going to turn into a monster, what's the point? Rather than let the cocoon turn me into a mindless monster, I'd rather die.
Zayne remains silent, and he lowers his gaze as ice crystals silently form in his palm. Is he really going to do this?
A dignified death doesn't exist. Thinking you're in control of the situation by choosing to die, you're only comforting yourself with a lie. Did you escape just so you could die like a dog?
Don't lecture me with that nonsense!
The teenager straightens up and lunges at me again, his hands trembling uncontrollably, yet he grips my gun with all his strength, refusing to let go.
You're a hunter. A hunter's gun can kill a monster like me, right? Pull the trigger already!
Why are you pressuring me to make some hard decisions, game? Ever since this update dropped, it's like, do you believe in this form of thought or this form of thought? Do you think this is the way or is that the way? This VA kills it in this update. His performance is really strong. The NPC's VA, that is, Zayne's VA, always kills it. Yes, I agree, Bex. Yeah, him yelling was not... I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was. I mean, if he wants to die... But... I feel like Silas would shoot. And I feel like Zayne would say no. Which just all the more shows the duality with this update and with them both being featured for this update. First, this guy didn't want to die, and now he's like, you know what? You're right. I'm just gonna turn into a monster. Maybe I should die. And I'm like, that's some very highly emotional instability you're having right now. I don't really think you're in your right mind. At the moment, like, yeah, Zane is doing his, like, Punisher Batman vigilante phase as Dawnbreaker, but he's only doing it when there are certain requirements being met right now, and it's not being met at this moment. I think this kid needs to chill. You can't be serious. With the flick of my wrist, I toss the hunter firearm away and kick it out of reach. The teenager desperately lunges for the firearm, but Zane catches him by the waist and pins him against the wall. Stay calm. Focus on my breathing. Exhale. Inhale. You're trembling. I know you don't really want to die, so stop saying it. After several seconds pass, the teenager finally comes to his senses. He nods as if emerging from a trance. I still glance at Zane. His expression is completely serene and unmoved. It's as if he's an aloof observer standing at the crossroads between life and death. I move closer to Zane, firmly hold his hand in place, and give the teenager a gentle smile. You heard what he said, right? He said you can't die yet. He's the best cardiac surgeon in the city. If he says there's hope for you, then you can be optimistic about the future.
He's a doctor?
I know he might not look the part right now, but he really is the best in his field. Just don't misunderstand his intentions. You need to go. Now. The teenager freezes for a moment. As soon as Zane shifts his foot ever so slightly, the teenager spins around and runs away. Okay, honey, you have some explaining to do. Late into the night, the streets gradually darken. The light reflected off the snow makes street lights appear soft and dim. After watching the teenager leave, I turn back to look at Zane, who feels like a stranger. The small animal of an unknown breed stubbornly refuses to let go of his coat. It whimpers as he pushes it to the ground again. Now that it's just the two of us, and this dog, anyway, can you tell me what's going on? Or you can tell me what's going on, right? Did your business trip end early, or did OXO Hospital call you back for an emergency? While I'm still asking questions, Zane bends down to pick up the snow-covered scarf. Then he stares at me as if trying to confirm something.
Is this yours?
If I remember correctly, this is the scarf you knit? No, picked out 3 days ago.
Oh, then it's mine.
As soon as he says this, Zane walks right past me. Hello? Where are you going?
It's none of your business.
But OXO Hospital is to the north and your home is to the south.
I know.
He sounds kind of like grumpy. Why he upset that we interrupted his vigilante time? He stops in the snow and gives me a cold glance over his shoulder. His voice is devoid of any emotion.
The subway station is this way.
On the empty street, our footsteps crunch in the soft snow. With his tall stature and long legs, Zayne strides quickly and widens the distance between us. I have no idea where he's heading, or why he's acting like he forgot who I am. All I can do is quicken my pace to catch up to him. Zayne, answer me. I step in front of him to block his path. A mix of frustration and disbelief makes my chest tighten.
What's the matter?
That's my line. Has your evil gone out of control again? The puppy, whose species I don't recognize, catches up to us. Its gaze flits between him and me.
No, I'm perfectly fine.
Somebody get this man some milk. He's not fine. Zayne casually brushes me aside and continues walking.
Hey, I think a couple is breaking up in the middle of the street.
Oh no! Shut up! Don't look over here! No! What's it to you, buddy? You want to start a fight? Come over here and say that to my face. The puppy quickly shakes the snow off of its body, gives me a sympathetic look, and then runs after Zayne, who's already walking away. The two figures soon become dots in the snowy night. Whether it's because of frustration or anger, I stubbornly walk away without looking back, but after a few steps, I feel like something is wrong. Wait, the direction that Zayne is heading in. My heart races as I quickly follow the footprints in the snow. Zayne lies unconscious on the ground, his brows tightly knitted as if darkness is dragging him down into its depths. Hey, Zayne? I crouch and shake his shoulders, but he doesn't respond no matter what I do. I can't just leave him like this. I try to help Zayne up as my fingers brush against his neck. I feel a layer of frost. It's unnaturally black. Could this be related to his nightmares again? A heavy sense of foreboding weighs on my mind, but getting him out of here comes first. I struggle to support Zayne's weight as I drag him along one step at a time. Why are they not gossiping about what's going on now, huh? Are they only interested in couple drama, breakup? Oh, but this guy is passed out in the cold snow while this small lady is trying to drag him away. Ain't nobody gonna talk about that? Nobody wants to help me drag this big loaf? Why was he talking about the subway? This path actually leads to my apartment complex. So where did that small child go? The small child with the white hair. He's still trying to find Doggo? Doggo, well, in quotation marks, Doggo. With his weight pressing against my shoulder, even a usually short walk home felt endless. Zayne and I practically collapse onto the bed together, the snow from our coats scatter onto the floor. The little white animal anxiously bounces back and forth on the sofa. I pick it up and gently shake Zayne. Hey, wake up. Wake up. His eyes remain closed. A streak of black silently emerges from his sleeve and creeps along his veins until it reaches the back of his hand. The black ice that appeared on his neck has already spread to this area. I need to wake him up from his dream. I reach out toward the side of Zayne's neck and gather my power. Almost instantly, I sense the chaotic surging power raging throughout Zayne's body. Like a force that's been suppressed for eons and is now finally breaking free. A bone-chilling cold surges forth. It makes my entire body shudder. The power within his body is unstable. That's why he lost consciousness. At that moment, Zane's eyes snap open and he grabs my wrist.
What are you trying to do?
He grabs my hand and pins it. Encased in ice, my wrist is already stuck to the wall once I realize what's happening. I take several deep breaths to compose myself. I'm trying to help you treat the black ice. When did it start appearing?
While I was dreaming.
He lets go of my wrist and the ice crystals dissolve with it. I guess there's no point in asking. To my surprise, the black frost didn't disappear after our resonance. It stubbornly remains on his body. Oh, that's not good. Nevertheless, Zayne appears much better than before. Remembering how cold he felt, I take out a thermometer to check Zayne's temperature.
Extremely low temperature detected. To protect the device and extend its service life, the system will be automatically turned off in 1 minute.
Could we just ask Raphael to, like, use his fire evol? Would that help? Hey, Raphael. This guy needs warmed up. Do you think you could... Hear me out, please. Don't walk away. Why are you walking away? Raphael, wait. The reason for the extremely low temperature isn't concerned, and tries to prop himself up. Seeing this, I pull out an old-fashioned infrared thermometer and aim it at him. Hey, Raph, can you cook my doctor husband real quick? Yeah, just, you know, 20 seconds, I think, is all we need. And then you can get back to painting. Freeze. Hold it right there, criminal scum. I press the sensor against his forehead and playfully pull the trigger.
You're being childish.
Well, he still can recognize when we're being playful. That's good. As expected, he doesn't move. Beep. Lost in thought, I stare at the screen showing his abnormally low temperature. No wonder all the surveillance cameras at the crime scene were damaged by extreme cold. Even though I'm not sure if it'll help, I take out 2 fever pills and hand them to Zayne along with a glass of warm water. Wait, fever pills? So you think because he's sick, instead of having a fever, he gets super cold?
That's medicine.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Obvious. Now I need you to ingest it. Please orally ingest the medicine.
It's bitter. I'm not consuming it.
Oh my god, what a baby. Who are you, Xavier? You're a doctor. You of all people can't complain about bitter medicine. For what must be the first time in his life, Zane's face shows an expression that can only be described as okay and... Not knowing how to help him recover, I head to the kitchen and make fresh carrot juice. Oh, he is not gonna drink that. I doubt it'll do anything, though. Make him drink. We already made the juice. We at least have to attempt to get him to drink it, right? That would be a waste if we went in there to make the juice and no one uses it. Drink this instead. It's your favorite.
You know my preferences that well?
Zayne seems genuinely thirsty. He takes the glass, hesitates for a moment, and then chugs it in one go. What? Well, do you want to give a more detailed review this time? He meets my gaze as the entire glass of carrot juice turns into a solid column of ice in his hands. Got him.
It's awful.
Yeah, I bet. I see your hatred for carrots is written in your DNA. I can't believe he trusted us. He trusted us to drink that. As the night deepens, the hustle and bustle outside my window gradually fades into silence. I gather every blanket and quilt in the house to stack on top of Zane. Then I crank my heater up.
I'm not cold. I've already told you this. Take these blankets away.
Why don't you take them off yourself?
I don't have the strength.
Then don't move. He purses his lips only to furrow his brow a moment later.
You've been fussing over me for a while now.
You can't even move blankets off yourself. I think we are rightfully entitled to fuss over you.
Is it for a particular reason?
You're important to me. Uncertainty flickers in his gaze.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't want him to see my expression, so I turn away. The real reason is simple, actually. When he falls silent, I push away my chaotic thoughts and turn his cold face towards mine. Dawnbreaker, you're very famous. So don't you dare run away or disobey me. Or else I'll...
You'll what?
He asked soft. That did not sound like he asked softly. He sounded like he was like posing a challenge. His chin is still tilted up by my hand as his gaze falls to meet mine. I'll make sure you won't live to see tomorrow's dawn. I yank the blanket up to block his voice and gaze in the darkness. We're gonna lock him up? Is that what we just suggested? Were we locking up Zane?
What you described is not the first time this happened to Zane. I witnessed it once when he was doing research with me at Mount Eternal. He became a complete stranger overnight, and no one knew what happened to him.
I figured this wasn't the first time Zane had been in this state. Dr. Noah's words only confirmed my suspicions. How did he recover from it?
That's something only he knows.
Oh, bollocks. Over the phone, Dr. Noah sounds just as troubled as me.
Back then, he ventured deep into Mount Eternal by himself, as if he had something to do there. When we saw him the next day, he had returned to his usual self, the one we all knew. I guess whatever he needed to do was done.
Mount Eternal. That place seems to be hiding a burden that Zane has never been willing to speak about. But my intuition tells me that whatever changed in Zane must have happened before the Mount Eternal incident. Those black ice crystals, seemingly out of reach, they linger somewhere in the depths of my memories. The black ones haven't been a thing in his myth card, right? I always assumed the ice that happened in his first myth card was not black ice. When I open the door again, I find a ball of white fur sitting by the bed. It's wagging its tail at me. When did you sneak in? As I get closer, I notice the creature is contained within a semi-transparent dome made from the ice evol. It restricts its movements. I don't even need to ask who did this. Zane really doesn't show mercy, huh? The puppy-like animal lets out what sounds like a bark of agreement. I reach out to dispel the evil ice barrier, then I sit down with the creature in my arms. Now closer to Zane, I can see his eyelashes trembling in his deep sleep. They're like the wings of a weary bird that's finally resting at home. I don't know what you're dreaming about, but I hope they're sweet dreams. With what's currently going on, that's a very, very faint hope. Astra's ice is black if you go back and watch it, but so is Dawnbreaker's. Okay, I was already having the inkling that the black ice is representative of Astra kind of like enforcing his will upon the emissary, aka Zayne. So, hi Pojo, how are you? Happy 4th. Good night, Zayne. In the stillness of the night, only the white creature notices a faint sound. A subtle energy seems to be flowing. The white animal's ears twitch as it looks up at Zayne and the girl's joined hands. The cold, corrosive sensation gradually fades. A warmth surges through Zayne's cold fingertips like water traveling through a leaf's veins. For this soul that's been trapped in nightmares for so long, the unmelting black ice covering his body finally recedes bit by bit. I think my main thing is like, why is Astra kind of a dick? Astra seems like a bit of a jerk. Happy Explosion Day, indeed.
To the Alraune and the unidentified suspect is still ongoing. We urge all citizens to remain vigilant, avoid spreading rumors, and exercise caution when traveling alone at night.
It's already the next morning when I wake up. Groggy, I prop myself up and press my temples to clear my mind. Beside me, Zayne is still asleep. It's a rare sight at this hour. I lean in closer and slowly become aware of his steady breathing. I watch as it slowly stirs the fabric across his chest. Book. Boop. I think he needs booped again. This is payback for making me haul you home through the heavy snow yesterday. Boop. That's for freezing my hand to the wall? Holding back my laughter, I give Zayne's nose a gentle pinch. Oh, the pinchies. It really hurt when you froze my wrist, so I'll pinch your nose for that.
Is messing around with people while they sleep a habit of yours?
He's back to normal. Thank goodness. The VA is very good at having a distinction between when he is back to normal and when he is, like, feeling off. I feel his warm breath on the top of my head. My breath hitches as I meet his slightly weary gaze. Zayne? The morning light filters through the curtains and falls onto his tousled hair. Looking into those eyes, I can tell that familiar Zayne has returned.
Yes.
Joy wells up inside me as I wave my hand in front of his face. Are you finally awake from your nightmare? He nods, and as he stretches his neck, I see the black ice on his body has completely disappeared. You're actually back to normal.
You could phrase that differently.
Sorry. You're finally not being possessed. Does that sound better? Before he can say more, I embrace him. He doesn't pull away and gently wraps his arms around my waist. Congratulations. I'm the first person you saw when you woke up.
Yesterday, when I was in that nightmarish state, did I trouble you?
You were kind of... you were cute or you were childish? He was definitely pouty. He was definitely acting like a bit of a higher being, which, you know, childish is kind of a bit of a... what's the word? A tribute that gods and higher beings tend to embody because they're so above everything. He was it kind of reminds me a little bit of Raphael, honestly, but more like I am separated from everything. You were cold, distant, and had an unpredictable temper. You were even a little childish. But that was still you, wasn't it? I'll just think of it as seeing another side of you, Zane.
Why do I hear a hint of disappointment in your voice?
Seeing that cold and willful side of Zane even for one night reminded me of when we barely knew each other. I feel at ease as everything falls into place. A moment passes, and I look into his eyes again. How much do you remember about yesterday? Zane rubs his temples and sits up.
It's a little hazy, but I remember most of it.
Including how you froze my electronic devices and hand to the wall, and how you even told me to not be nosy. He glances away for a moment before his gaze calmly returns to me.
I also remember how you stacked blankets on me and did a test with carrot juice.
Your memory is impeccable. So when did these nightmares start?
They became more frequent after I returned from Chansha City. And in those dreams, I always forget who I am and what I'm supposed to be doing. The me in my dreams, however, has his own mission to complete.
He presses his lips into a thin line and looks at me. The guilt he feels is clear. For some reason, the scene from last night flashes through my mind again. It stirs up emotions that I can't quite name. Well, there's no more black ice on your neck and hands. Your palms are warm too, so it's safe to say that you passed the physical examination. Welcome back to reality, Zane. I open my arms and wait for him to initiate the hug this time. Don't leave me hanging. Yeah, don't leave me hanging. Come on. Please. Zane hesitates before leaning down. Then he wraps his arms around me. His warm breath brushes against my neck.
Good morning.
Before taking Zane home, he accompanies me to the association. I'm going to update them on my progress in the Alraune investigation. Yeah, so what are we going to tell them? Yes, my childhood friend and my cardiac physician is actually the vigilante Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker vanished overnight. Some people on the forums joked that he had been broken by the dawn. The police investigation has hit a dead end, and the relentless snowfall is still the biggest obstacle for gathering evidence at the crime scene. While waiting for Zane to finish shopping, I sit in the car and look at today's news.
Ever, which announced the Fountain of Atay initiative, which revealed the first phase of the project, the Val Sanatorium.
Val Sanatorium? Can we just cancel Ever? Can't we just do that? Can't we just start a smear campaign against Ever and just deal with them that way?
According to several reports, Val Sanatorium is using medical pods called rebirth cocoons to treat patients with protocore syndrome.
Rebirth cocoons? My mind quickly latches onto the word. I heard this term yesterday. I think we should go back into our job and report.
You're right. They all died like that after emerging from their cocoons.
We need to get on top of this one. We gotta stay on top of this one.
Let the cocoon turn me into a
Where's Jinnah?
Mindless monster. I'd rather die.
The cocoons the Alraune mentioned must be those rebirth cocoons. Sensing my troubled thoughts, the white creature pushes his fluffy self from the back seat to settle on my lap. Are you trying to comfort me? Thank you. When Zane woke up, I asked about the animal. He said it belonged to some distant relatives. As for why he got lost, stole my scarf, and refuses to leave Zane's side, Zane says that he's not sure. So, what kind of creature are you? I decided to take out my phone and use its image recognition feature. As the screen refreshes, it shows a majestic Zay, the divine beast of antiquity, knows all beneath heaven and earth. Oh, really? Wait, so don't they look kind of like a sheep? At least that's what they look like in Shin Megami Tensei. actually, no. Apparently, originally, it's often depicted as a lion-like creature with green hair, a horn, and the ability to fly. Other depictions include a tiger's head, a dragon's body, and even the head of a human with an ox-like body. It has also been described with multiple eyes and horns. Renowned for extensive knowledge. Supposed to be good fortune and to ward off evil spirits. But it also has a context within Japanese mythology as well as Chinese mythology. But in both cultures, it still ends up being associated with wisdom and knowledge, which makes sense. Yes, I read Master of Fate. And I do remember there being a creature in that myth card. It's just, they never really, you know, stated the actual type of being that it is. Yeah, I do remember its nickname. It's connecting now. It just doesn't connect for me because, you know, I'm not Chinese and it's not like a myth that I'm that familiar with, but here are some depictions. I probably did not even pronounce the name correctly, but yeah, the only time I was really aware of it was from Shin Megami Tensei. Hello. Yeah. Which the SMT version looks a bit more accurate than the Persona version. This is the one I originally saw. Which actually might be slightly different. I know lately some of the names have been getting changed for some of the myths, legends, and demons for SMT and Persona. So you think there's a lot of different depictions. It can look different in a lot of ways. Yeah. The description said there were multiple different takes on it too before we pulled up the iPad or the tablet, excuse me, the tablet screen here. I have seen this version, but yeah, this was when I played the MMO back when there was an MMO for SMT. But my first introduction was that sheep-looking one earlier. Dang, that phone is accurate though. That's a scary phone recognition scanner. With trembling hands, I cup his face. My gaze travels from his clear eyes to the tiny horns protruding like fresh sprouts near his ears. Us as a baby one? As a baby one. As I struggle to find the right words, Zane returns to the car. He has a bag of chocolates and dog food. We're gonna feed this mythical being dog food. Hey, since you brought dog food, why don't you keep him? After all, your robot vacuum is the only other living thing in your house. Shouldn't it have a friend?
That won't be necessary. My robot vacuum has its own social life.
What? Please elaborate. Through the windshield, the warm glow of our headlights cuts through the heavy, snowy gloom. A figure is looking around while standing near Zane's house. Oh, is it the boy? It's a young boy in plain clothes. He's holding books in his arms. Finally, as we get out of the car, the boy's face lights up with excitement and anticipation. He spreads his arms wide. Forgotten, the books fall to the ground.
Emissary!
Are we adopting the child too? All of a sudden, we now have a full functioning family. The unfamiliar teenager rushes towards ZAYNE, who's standing behind me. The mysterious little creature wagging its tail runs over as well. Soon enough, all three of them are tangled in a group hug. Aw, it is like it's a family reunion.
Let go of me.
The teenager steps back, then he excitedly scoops up the small animal.
So that's where you went, Shuchi. Why didn't you tell me?
Watching this harmonious scene between human and animal, I'm touched, but then I quickly become confused. Who's this small young child? Who does he belong to? I am gonna call him out though. What did he just call you? What was that? What did he just call you? Is he role-playing as your servant or your son in a fantasy setting?
Don't jump to conclusions.
Oh, but
He's
this is how the fandom is fueled.
And he loves sci-fi movies and cartoons. I suppose his latest hobby is running away from home.
Jumping to conclusions is how fandoms thrive. That's okay, Pojo. Have a good nap. Sleep well. Now that I'm looking at him, this kid kind of reminds me of... I study the boy's round face, his straight posture, and those mature eyes sparkling with excitement. Come to think of it, there really is a teeny tiny Hey! Before I can finish my sentence, ZAYNE swiftly taps his knuckle against the top of my head.
You should channel your brain power into writing a research paper instead.
I'm just teasing you. I know it didn't look like this when you were... I know you didn't look like this when you were young. I lean down to get a better look at the boy. He has delicate features and appears to be around 11 or 12 years old. Do you live in Lincoln too?
Well, you could say that. I live in the Fractal Library.
Excuse me?
In a nearby residential area.
ZAYNE, stop trying to cover stuff up. You know, it's been a while since I watched the first 2 chapters. But do you remember the wards that MC finds in the research lab? Yes, they were all labeled and were connected to the other guys. So yeah, I figure Ever's just got its fingers in every single literal pie. The Fractal Library? I've never heard of it before. Is it a new building? Knowing he's related to ZAYNE, I find myself adopting a gentler, friendlier tone. Is this little guy your pet? What breed? Actually, what kind of animal is it?
He's just a regular pet dog. He's not special. Go on, Shuchi. Bark.
That wasn't a bark. That was a ow! Nice try though. Shuchi. You're hoping we get more info within the next chapters. I do too. One thing though is I'm hoping it doesn't follow a similar explanation to the guys in their previous game, Mr. Love's Queen's Choice. Because if so, I'll be kind of disappointed. Not that it's not like... It's not necessarily a bad route to take. It's just... Don't copy your own homework, please. Kind of feeling.
That's not the correct sound.
That was a cute one.
Okay, now shake.
The small creature glances at me and then at ZAYNE. He swallows his pride and places his paw in the boy's palm. ZAYNE stands by the wall with his arms crossed. When he sees my skeptical look, he looks away. You are such a bad liar! The boy's face relaxes with relief as his expression shifts to one that says, I told you so. Can you speak? Maybe I'm the one losing my mind here. Seemingly unable to watch any longer, Zane waves his phone.
I just got a text from his parents. They're going to pick him up.
What? Already? Can't you stay for a while longer?
I was actually planning to stay for a while.
Bro, this little bro traveled all the way from the Arctic just to come at a bad time, and now Zane's like, take him back. Send both of them back. You didn't play the game, you'd be interested in further explanation if you're willing to explain. Okay, so there are some similarities between Love and Deepspace's story already and their previous game, Mr. Love, Queen's Choice, which is still active, and it did get a season of anime. So, in that game, some of the similarities are both MCs have something very special about them that causes multiple groups of organizations to want to get their hands on her. And both of them have evols. Evol was not a thing exclusive to Love and Deepspace. Evols originally were a thing in Mr. Love's Queen's Choice. So that MC has an evol, and the love interests also have evols. But thankfully, the guys' evols are all different. They've never reused the guys' evol from that game in this game. But both MCs were experimented on. Both games have a big bad corporation that did the experimentation. Both games have their love interests entangled with the MC in some relation to the past. So I have this big feeling that they're going to do another connection, which is one of the things that happens in Mr. Love's Queen's Choice is all of the love interests for that MC were all experimented on by that big bad corporation. So, especially with the fact that there were different sections in the research lab that hinted at each of the guys' backgrounds, I think there's a very high chance they're going to recycle that plot point as well. Which I kind of wish they wouldn't, because I've already experienced that in Mr. Love's Queen's Choice. But if that's what they're gonna go for with the story core, it's fine. At least all the guys are more refined. I would say the guys in Love and Deepspace are more refined than the ones in Mr. Love's Queen's Choice. Also, the MC for Love and Deepspace is more refined than the MC in Mr. Love's Queen's Choice. Zane's sharp gaze sweeps over the boy. I might be imagining things, but the child and dog freeze.
Right. I wanted to say hello. Uncle Zane will send me home.
It's cold, so you should head inside. I'll see him off.
In the dim daylight, Zane watches the girl wave goodbye. She's out of sight once she closes the door behind her. The boy catches a snowflake in his palm and silently watches it melt.
Why did you come here?
Hearing the scrutiny in Zane's voice, the boy's expression shifts to match its severity.
7 years ago, you promised to take up the position at the Fractal Library. I traveled here because I'm asking you to fulfill that promise. You were selected as the emissary of the Divine. Astra ordained it, and your nightmare is the greatest proof of this.
Zane speaks before the boy can say more.
I also said that I had my own choices to make and more important matters to attend to back then.
The boy's expression grows serene, and his voice carries a maturity unlike the one from a few seconds ago.
Was becoming that version of yourself in the nightmare also a choice? People think they're making choices most of the time, yet they're unaware that all these options lead to one inevitable outcome. Fate falls upon us like this snow. It is silent and inevitable. And you too are destined to become...
He trails off, and the only sound that can be heard is nothing more than a barely audible sigh.
Since you haven't made up your mind, there's no point in me staying here any longer. But...
The maturity and composure vanish as the boy's voice shifts back to a childlike tone.
I left the excesses bracelet you made for me at the library. Can you make me another one, please?
After a resigned sigh, an ice bracelet materializes around the boy's wrist.
Thank you, emissary. I'll take my leave now.
7 years is not enough time to do things before having to, like, go on your destined path. What weirds you out is that Ever is aware of the emissary business somehow. You don't know how they would know this. That's the thing. Ever knows a lot more than I would have expected them to know. Compared to the group that was in their previous game. However, one of the key things in that previous game that hasn't really been confirmed yet, I guess you could kind of say Caleb might be that, but my favorite character in their previous game was actually a double agent. So I don't quite know how that story played out though, because I stopped playing it after there was a big issue with the voice actors for it, the English voice actors. So also, hi Natsu, I hope you're doing well. Totally, he would also have made the arrangement for reuniting with MC, and now that she's back in his life, he's feeling even less excited for the emissary business. Yeah, well, the thing is, just like the boy literally just mentioned, was it doesn't really even seem like Zane had choice. It seemed like he was given the illusion of choice, because at the end of the day, the higher being, that is Astra, is going to be calling the shots.
In any case, you're welcome to find me at the Fractal Library in Lincoln City. I'll be sure to visit you again as well.
The boy slightly raises his hand, and his fingertips touch the air as a geometric shape gradually unfolds. He bows before stepping into the door woven from countless folded dimensions.
The emissary is a liar. I counted every single day for 7 years.
Aw, the poor lad. As if drawn to his accusation, the wind and snow seem to follow through the vanishing door. They're silent. The snow ceases, and Zane remembers the first time he entered the Fractal Library. Even though it's called a library, its exterior was remarkably ordinary. It was a building nestled in the quiet corner of Lincoln City's silent streets. The young boy begged him again and again, so he pushed open the slightly weathered wooden door. Wow, it is literally that scene from the myth, except it's not all iced up and in a tower, and does not look gloomy. There were neither bookshelves nor defined boundaries. Instead, an endless garden with intertwining paths appeared before him. And a library that seemed to belong to another world stood at the point where those paths converged. As soon as Zane stepped into the backlight, he raised his head and saw countless bookshelves. They reached toward a tower's summit where sunlight poured in. The library's shelves were endless. They were like stairs that led to another dimension. Then a young person approached them and claimed that Zane and the young boy were the administrators of this place. In addition, Zane was destined to become the Fractal Library's owner. The young person told him that the Fractal Library, which stood at the intersection of dimensions, didn't really exist in any galaxy. It didn't belong to any civilization either. And each book in the library contained the fate of a world. Zane wondered if his own fate was among them. Perhaps his nightmares were hidden within a page of these large volumes from the moment he pushed open the door. On the night he returned home from the library, Zane had a different dream. In that unfamiliar world, he wore robes as he walked in a very tall tower. He was leafing through an ancient tome. Between its pages lay a jasmine petal from a spring day, and that spring day belonged to a timeline he had erased with his own hands. It would forever remain unknown to anyone. I'm pretty sure I've stated this before, but I'll state it time and time again. Any character connected to fate and time, tragic, horrifying, inescapable most of the time. Just as Zane enters the house, I finish roasting the tangerines he bought. When I glance out the window, I realize the snow has finally stopped. Did your relative leave already? He must have a strict family.
Yes. He needs to go home and write his reflection paper.
There's a distant quality to Zane's voice. I sit down beside him and hold out one of the roasted tangerines. The weather's perfect for roasted tangerines. Try it. He stares at me for a long time before finally eating a piece of the tangerine.
You don't want to know what happened during the past few days when I disappeared?
Well, if the explanation is going to be filled with medical jargon, then no. As for the rest, Zane will tell me when he wants to, and if he doesn't want to, that is his choice. He can't help but smile at my deliberate emphasis on those last words. He takes the half-peeled tangerine from my hands. Soon after, a warm orange slice is brought to my lips.
I said goodbye 3 days ago because I had accepted Carter's invitation. I'll be joining the Fountain of Atay research project.
He's going in the hot zone. Huh? Seeing me choke and cough several times, Zane raises his hand to pat my back.
It's ultimately an excuse. Something unexpected happened, and the nightmare arrived before I could carry out my plans. Lately, Oxo Hospital has received a large influx of unusual cases involving protocore syndrome patients. Some died shortly after hospitalization. Others transformed within a month and became...
an Alraune. Zane nods.
All these patients had recovered at Val Sanatorium after entering a medical pod called the Rebirth Cocoon.
Val Sanatorium, according to the news report this morning, is the first phase of the Fountain of Atay.
Carter told me that Ever will soon hold a press conference to demonstrate the Rebirth Cocoon's effectiveness to the public.
Wouldn't that mean more unsuspecting protocore syndrome patients will go to Val's Sanatorium?
We can't let them do as they please. I want to stop Ever's plans, not just for the protocore syndrome patients. There's...
Zane trails off as he lowers his gaze.
I want to make amends for a mistake. One that should have been corrected years ago. Yet it still haunts me to this day.
I realize that for Zane, this carries a greater, more painful significance.
I know I disappeared without a word before, but... will you come with me this time?
Yes! Oh my god. Asking me like that is not fair. I know he helped me so many times before, and I'd agree to any request he makes. It's just... I still need a reason. Now that he's finally revealing everything to me, I won't let him have his way so easily. Okay, girl, dang. All right, see, you know what? You're stronger than I am. I'm weak. W-E-E-E-E-E-A-K. What's in it for me? Where the whereabouts of the ether core, dirt on Ever, or more leads about the biometric key. Man, she's learning from Silas. Silas would be like, yeah, that's my kitten. A few sweet words aren't enough to make me risk my life with you. I need a more tempting reason. I tap his chest. Do you have anything else that might interest me?
I want you to come with me.
Let me pull out the puppy dog eyes. He grabs my wrist and gently moves his hand to press my fingers into his palm.
And I selfishly believe that if I asked you, you'd do it.
Well, I think you got us. Dazed, I see something flicker out of the corner of my eye, a fluffy white tail. Zayne and I turn around at the same time. Shi, aren't you supposed to be with your owner? Crouched near the robot vacuum, Shi whimpers. Those clear, innocent round eyes look at me first and then at Zayne.
You're staying here to watch the house.
Child got passed off, but we still have a pet. In the white testing facility, a row of circular medical pods lines the room. Surrounded by a soft, silvery light, they float in the air. Their translucent walls gleam with tranquility. How am I allowed to be in here? Isn't this like super duper top secret? Exquisite and graceful like meticulously crafted chrysalises. They pulse and contract with the rhythm of beating hearts. That's creepy. At any moment, it seems their contents might break free and soar toward the sky. Oh, rebirth cocoon fight? All right, fight time. We'll get over here and switch. Turn on Deepspace here. There we go. Oh, it's a narrator passage. Okay. I was like, that was quick. Like, hilariously, security felt super easy compared to, you know, us getting into the far space fleet. That's why I was like, huh?
No problem.
Watch where it's going.
Zayne.
Here it comes. Leave it to me. Is this what you wanted?
Perfect.
So, Astra is causing Zayne nightmares.
Let's take it down first.
I'm trying to break down and make sense of what's going on right now.
Now's our chance.
Anything black related is Dawnbreaker slash Astra, but I would say it's more so Astra's will trying to get Zayne to submit, and because he's not submitting, he's punishing Zayne with these nightmares. Because the main thing Astra did in Zayne's first myth card was to punish him if he didn't do what Astra wanted.
Leave it to me. Is this what you wanted?
Perfect.
Offense.
Which just makes me so mad. This Astra better have a good reason. Or this Astra's just another god that is a dick. And we already have enough of these. We already have enough of those in myths and legends.
It's falling apart.
But I mean, like, Bai, the fact that Bai is that's one of the things I'm wondering is where does Bai put their allegiance? Is it more towards Zayne or is it more towards Astra? And if it's towards Astra, why? White sepulcher. That's also how you interpreted it too. It's another way Astra's trying to force Zane to do what Astra wants. Yeah. You have a personal theory on what might be going on there that you could share? It's not spoiler, just theory crafting? Yeah, no, go for it. After driving west on the highway for 2 hours, patches of green vegetation finally appear amidst the desolate landscape. Looking through the window, I can see the distant dome of Val's sanatorium loom in the morning mist. After yesterday's events, we decided to tour the sanatorium as visitors to investigate. The Fountain of Atay, the Rebirth Cocoon, the press conference, none of these can be tackled in a single move. However, we can assess the situation first before planning our next move. Are we almost there? I feed the last cookie to Zane as he drives. It's so cute. Why are they so cute? He nods and takes a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking.
There are things I need to tell you. The technology used in the Rebirth Cocoon is from a research project Carter and I worked on when we were in medical school.
Yeah, because Carter's the one who defected and wanted to continue the research. That's why he's working at Ever, if I remember right. We've ran into him before. He's kind of... yeah. He's kind of villain-coded.
Back then, I began researching the application of protocores in implantable devices under Dr. Noah's guidance. It was also something I was interested in personally. At first, the research progressed smoothly. Yet when we started doing experiments... We need to stop researching this. The protocore energy has completely corroded the heart. Our experiment failed.
But the heart started beating again. It just grew some black crystals, that's all.
It's just got weird funky stuff on it now, that's all.
Did you know? The lab mouse we performed a protocore implant surgery on transformed into a wanderer and devoured its fellow test subjects.
Yeah, now don't you think that's where you should stop? Maybe you put some brakes on that? Take that, rewind it back. Maybe toss it.
Zane, our experiment wasn't a failure. We succeeded!
You caused a new species. Ones that can't control themselves. Carter.
Discovered humanity's next evolutionary form!
Okay, see, this line is also the main thing that was in their previous game. Like, that big bad group wanted to harness that MC's specialness about them to cause humanity to evolve.
We definitely need to visit that barbecue place near the campus tonight to celebrate.
Why is everybody talking about barbecue today? Arcs, I think we need to get some barbecue today. So in Silas's chapters, we find out that MC's soul is essentially tied to energy that is in a cycle of destruction and creation. The Origo core. In 4th year, Astra is introduced as the god of destruction. By the end of 4th year, Zane chooses to give MC Astra's Creatio core, which stabilizes her heart condition to some degree. We could interpret this as a buff of sorts to the creation aspect of her soul's energy. It's possible Astra doesn't want Zane to stabilize her because he wants her to destroy things since he is the god of destruction. That's a good plausible theory, Beck. Yeah. My question is how did Astra get the Creatio core though in the first place?
The experiment didn't lead to new life. It turned people into wanderers, minions of a protocore. It was a Pandora's box that should have remained sealed. I destroyed all the related research data that day. I hope to keep this truth buried forever.
Carter did not see it that way.
No. He named it X-Heart and took it to Xander Sciences. It was later implemented in the Rebirth Cocoon, which is the first step in the Fountain of Atay.
Perhaps he was holding it hostage? Yeah, I was kind of wondering, he must, if he's the god of destruction and wants things to, you know, probably revert back. How he got into possession, something that is literally opposed to his what would it be called? His objective, his yeah. After finishing his story, Zane falls silent. However, his grip on the steering wheel indicates he's still caught in his memories. This is the mistake he wanted to make amends for. Not wanting him to dwell on the past, I clear my throat and lighten the mood. Also, if he is the god of destruction, why would Bai be a servant? I used to think about how if we had gone to the same university, I would have dragged you out to have fun every single day. We'd watch the flowers bloom in spring, enjoy the summer rain, collect autumn leaves, have snowball fights in winter. But based on what I heard, you must have been too busy to do any of that with me.
Not at all. In our lab, we always said it's best to take a 4-hour break while data is being collected. Then we can see the results after. So during those times, I would have been available at least.
Come on.
I was joking. If you were there, I would have always made time for you.
You don't think he's supposed to be a servant? You think he's something else and Astra is forcing him? Yeah, I mean, he does have the power to do it. And Zane does not feel like he should be working for Astra. The car turns onto a newly paved road, passes a sign that reads Val Sanatorium, and comes to a stop in the parking lot.
I'm not familiar with the sanatorium's interior layout. If you encounter any danger during this visit, remember not to go in alone.
Don't worry, I'm a professional. While I speak, I catch a glimpse of white approaching us. Is it Bai? Is Bai with us now? Oh no, it's Carter. Ugh. Who's here to receive us, wears a casual white business suit. Only a navy blue butterfly pin adorns his collar.
Have you been waiting long, Zane?
You would like that, wouldn't you?
No, we just got here.
Carter leans down toward the car window. Upon seeing me, his eyes crinkle and his smile widens. That's creepy.
When Zane called about needing 2 visitor passes, I had a feeling you'd be accompanying him.
I compose myself. Smiling politely, I step out of the car, but just as I'm about to speak...
Let's skip the pleasantries and head inside.
Oh, thank goodness. Following Carter, we enter the long corridor that connects the parking lot to the sanatorium's lobby. My gaze falls on the emblem at the entrance. Under the curved shape are the following: Eternity Vanquishes Evolution Restraint Group. Without a doubt, this is Ever's logo. Carter activates the scanner, and a white light immediately sweeps over his I'm getting tongue-tied now. Zane and me. A cheerful electronic female voice speaks.
Visitor identification verified. Zane.
You're not just gonna say Hunter? Okay.
I am Telomere, the AI management system of Val Sanatorium. Welcome to our facility. We hope you have a good day here at the sanatorium.
The doors slide open and we enter the first floor lobby of Val Sanatorium. Pristine white surrounds us. The ceiling is unadorned, its white surface seemingly integrated with the recessed lighting system along its edges. Beneath our feet, a gentle light bathes the white marble floor and illuminates every corner of the lobby. This place seems...
bright yet oppressive.
Mm-hmm. Pristine, silent, and unchanging. It's as if time itself stands still within these walls. In this environment, Zane and I stand out like two stains on an otherwise white canvas. A few doctors in white lab coats passed by us. Although they were quietly discussing patients' medical conditions, they nodded in Carter's direction. Oh, another thing about Astra, at least in the first myth card, they were saying Astra had the power to see the future or, like, do prophecies. It's possible Astra is, like, a butt munch now because he's trying to avoid his own fate of death or something, maybe?
Since Zane personally asked me for visitor clearance, I should give you two a proper tour.
Unless all that was technically a lie. To save Astra's, like, reputation or something. Side by side, we follow Carter as he leads us to the reception desk in the center of the lobby.
I see the Fountain of Vitae finally caught your interest. All those phone calls over the past month weren't in vain.
Carter was just making booty calls every month. Hey partner, when you gonna join me for this huge, big brain breakthrough in science?
But I'm curious, what made you change your mind?
Carter stops in his tracks by the reception desk. He turns around, his signature smile returning with narrowed eyes.
You kept talking about humanity's future. I wanted to see if it would actually come to pass. Besides, nobody knows Exhard better than me.
Carter's eye twitches. After a long silence, he suddenly erupts into a fit of laughter and shatters the lobby's tranquility. Oh, he's breaking already? We haven't even got to, like, the back area in our tour, and he's already, like... Thank you for the care. Redeems, Misk. And Bex, you think that it's actually Zane's power, not Astra's. Astra isn't mentioned in Master of Fate. Zane has the power there too, so he seems divine himself in that myth. That's true. That's true. I was surprised there was no mention of Astra in his second second myth story. So you might be right. That might also be why Astra has particularly set his sights on Zane in the first place.
Good, good. You've convinced me. Everyone deserves a second chance at redemption. Remember, Zane, I gave you this chance.
Okay.
And what about you, Miss Hunter?
Veiled threat. When I receive this question, I deliver my carefully prepared response. I rehearsed it. I could be an actress. Well, since Zane is joining the research project, I wanted to see what it's all about. Carter tilts his head. His gaze flits between Zane and me before settling on Zane. The amusement in his eyes is obvious.
I see. Even the strongest relationships need a solid foundation. I'll make sure you get a good position here.
He turns around and shakes the brochure stand next to him. He shakes the brochure stand. What? He takes the big stand and just goes. The neatly arranged brochures scatter in disarray, and he pulls out 2 copies with a smile. He gives them to us. What a way to act unhinged.
The only downside to this place is that it's too by the book. But I guess that doesn't really affect you, Zane.
It's about complicated medical cases. The thin booklet methodically categorizes various diseases that conventional medicine has yet to cure. It's like a university department, and the facility's patients are eager students with a thirst for knowledge. A commotion breaks out in the distance. I look up. It's a group of elegantly dressed visitors being led into the lobby by a receptionist. They're being guided upstairs for a tour. On the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, several patients in white hospital gowns are walking down the steps. I expected to see many high-profile figures in this place, but even then, I never thought I'd see her. Her? Karen, who's 43 years old. is a war correspondent. She won numerous prestigious journalism awards. She spent years reporting from the front lines, faced countless life-threatening situations, and has earned a large amount of respect in society. A year ago, she was attacked by a wanderer, got protocore syndrome, and rarely appeared in public since then. I've met her a few times at Oxo Hospital. I heard she was also one of Zayne's patients.
Dr. Zayne, it's been a while.
Noticing us, she comes over to say hello. Zayne acknowledges her with a slight nod.
Ms. Karen?
Someone of her caliber choosing Ever? That's probably the best endorsement they could ask for.
I heard that when she left Oxo Hospital, she had less than 2 months to live. Her daughter had just learned to say mama when you handed her a death sentence. How cruel.
Dr. Carter, the patient in room A504.
Carter gestures for us to wait a moment, then he takes a few steps to discuss something with the man at the front desk. Noticing my silence, Zayne stops in his tracks.
What are you thinking about?
It's nothing. I just realized that Ever seems to have a knack for exploiting human vulnerabilities by any means necessary. How else could they gather people from different backgrounds and beliefs and make them devoted to a single cause?
The key to obedience isn't promising heaven, it's using hell as a threat.
Yeah. You gotta back people into a corner to make a choice sometimes.
After all, everyone fears illness and death.
Footsteps, accompanied by a familiar voice, approach from behind. I
We
turn.
meet again, Miss Hunter. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Benedict, the director of Val Sanatorium.
Trying to remember when I ran into this dude, and I can't think of it right now. You... From what I remember, he had another identity. I met him at the place where an Alraune died. You're the detective who spoke to me that day.
I'm honored you remembered me, Miss Hunter.
He smiles, not with the embarrassment of someone whose identity has been exposed, but with the composure of a performer waiting for the audience's reaction to a grand reveal. Oh, well... Oh my gosh! He was actually scoping us out! He's not really a detective! Ah! Alarm bells ring in my mind, but he quickly shifts his placid gaze to Zayne.
It's been a while, Dr. Zayne. Welcome aboard.
So you're not wearing a lab coat, so I'm assuming you're helping to fund this whole parade. We got a big wig up in here. Challenge! We got another fight. Yeah, auto-equip.
Concentrate. It will melt away like... Come at me.
Together.
Oh, I'm out of tea. Have to switch to water for the rest of the stream.
Is this what you wanted?
Which is fine. I should be hydrating. I haven't had a lot of water yet today.
Let's take it down first.
Come at me.
Together.
Well done. Threats are only temporary.
Melting like snowflakes.
So we should be near the end of this chapter, right? Or part, segment, whatever. This piece of the story, yeah. Okay, I figured. Because they're purple, so we've got about 3 fights to go through here. And then we'll be on the final segment of the main story update.
We'll depart when you're ready. It's your turn.
No problem. My turn.
That Benedict guy isn't any of the
It's falling apart.
people that are in the group that Caleb is kind of being forced to work for, right? This Benedict guy is like probably more inserted into Ever than that other group.
It can't even be considered a threat. Keep your distance from it.
No.
Well done. Come at me.
Together. Bring it on.
Don't let your guard down. I don't need a prophecy to protect
We'll get his lore at the beginning of the next chapter. It's interesting. Okay, okay.
Threats are only temporary.
Melting like snowflakes.
I can barely. Hopefully Benedict lives long. Benedict. I mean he probably is gonna be a Benedict, but hopefully he lives longer than the scientist that was in Silas's segment earlier for this update. Because I can't remember that guy's name, and he's already long gone.
Are you prepared? This come at me.
Together. My turn.
Victory.
I could go for some eggs Benedict though.
Go back to the pit you came from.
Come at me.
Together.
It is falling apart.
Everything went well.
He should have been less stupid. Imagine trying to heal MC while Silas is nearby. You have to be an idiot to try and do that. Not just that, but imagine that. Well, I mean, he was an idiot because he thought the deal he made with Silas was more than what was agreed upon. So that's the first step where he messed up. And then, even if he didn't assume more than what he did off of that deal he made with Silas, you're pretty stupid thinking you could get away with killing MC while Silas is still there. Benedict extends his hand as a friendly gesture. Zayne barely returns the handshake before quickly withdrawing. He's like, "Ooh, don't touch me."
Wait, you two know each other? Why didn't anyone tell me?
Because nobody likes you, Carter.
Dr. Zayne and I met at Mount Eternal. However, it was a brief encounter.
Oh, bro was at Mount Eternal.
I remember. I didn't expect us to meet again here.
When Benedict is introduced, I learn that he was once a distinguished doctor. He served as a mentor for a group of new recruits during the Battle of Mount Eternal. However, he withdrew from the position at the halfway point for personal reasons.
We're not officially open to the public yet, but this sanatorium has already become the preferred choice for many patients. As the director, I'm truly grateful that everyone has embraced the philosophy of the Fountain of Ate.
Okay. Through the glass walls lining both sides of the corridor, the sanitarium's new patients can be seen. They're undergoing a physical examination. Each patient is accompanied by their assigned medical staff member. The checkups proceed quickly with virtually no waiting time. I think I'm okay, Bex. Honestly, I think a 16-ounce thing of water here, so I should focus on water, especially if I'm needing to do more of the reading. When you hear rebirth cocoon, what comes to your mind?
Metamorphosis.
Outside the ascending elevator, the stark whiteness gradually gives way to green. A vibrant garden appears before us. And suddenly, everything clicks. When someone returns from death's door, and this is the first thing they see, a crescent-shaped corridor encircles a towering tree, surrounded by emerald-like grass dotted with vibrant flowers. The area overlooks a circular azure lake. They would feel like they'd been given a second chance at life.
To be frank, we need Dr. Zayne's help to improve our experiment's success rate.
He speaks as if he's discussing statistics rather than matters of life and death. If there's still room for improvement, shouldn't you inform your patients about this so-called success rate?
They're aware. The patients who've been given terminal diagnoses voluntarily agreed to participate in the experiment. It's a deal with mutual consent. Besides, Who would choose to wait for death's certainty when given the chance to roll the dice of fate?
I mean, bro's not wrong.
Third floor.
It's called desperation. JM, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you? I hope you are well. Oh, I just muted myself. My bad. I'm sorry. I don't know if that was caught. I might have... Sorry, sometimes I accidentally mute my microphone on accident when I'm moving around a lot. But welcome in. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, is what I meant to say. And I hope you're doing well. As the elevator doors open, an unexpected guest makes me squint. Before me is an unfamiliar white corridor. It's empty and clean. Okay, good. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes I squiggle and wiggle around too much that I mute. The corridor is lined with separate rooms on both sides, and through their semi-transparent glass I can see egg-shaped experimental pods. Here are the rebirth cocoons. Their mysterious nature has been revealed. Mounted on bases lined with energy circuits, they emit a gentle glow. Contrary to what we expected, Carter and Benedict seem quite willing to show us everything. Yet, what we see feels like a meticulously crafted exhibition for the visitors. Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure not every single room and floor is set up exactly like this. The light bathes everything in soft, warm tones to create a sort of cocoon effect. Even the air filtration system can be adjusted to simulate different scents based on the mood. Every detail was made to spark a desire for life and create an illusion of truly being alive. A soft hum fills the air as fluorescent blue energy flows through the tubes and rapidly enters the chamber. The connected monitor displays the rebirth cocoon's interior in real time. Inside, a young girl receiving treatment clutches her chest. She takes deep, labored breaths. Pain covers her already pale face as she breaks into a cold sweat. Her hands tremble, and soon she starts to convulse. Seconds after the device activates, her breathing steadies at a remarkable rate and her convulsions stop. As time passes, her breathing finally becomes regular. Exhausted, she closes her eyes and seemingly drifts into a deep, dreamless slumber. The video feed sparkles with light as text appears to indicate the treatment is complete. That was a quick treatment. Benedict presses a button on the wall and the treatment room's smart glass returns to its opaque, milky white state.
Dr. Zane, these should interest you the most. The treatment consists of 7 sessions. Patients show significant improvement in health indicators after each one.
He hands over a document that contains experimental data from several test subjects. Zane's gaze lingers on the first page for half a second before turning to Carter, who is standing to the side with a self-satisfied look.
I won't be sugarcoating anything. Your experiment has failed to meet its objectives. You've lost control of the cellular mutation process.
You could have used a little bit of sugar.
He is not surrendering any sugar to y'all. He keeps all that to himself.
Zane, the rebirth cocoon is our most successful experimental product to date. Our ultimate
and yet
goal
you
is
still
to achieve
failed.
Humanity's perfect form through genetic and cellular reconstruction.
Without a hint of emotion, Zane glances at him, then he taps the data's success rate column with his knuckle.
These numbers are far from perfect.
Someone's using his expertise well.
As the creator of X-Art, I can tell you that your so-called success merely uses the existing technology to temporarily delay the disease's progression. And if it fails, there's a likely chance that the patients will transform. Then they'll begin to turn into wanderers.
Every treatment carries risks. If we only relied on your safe methods, then...
Zane closes the files and hands them back to Benedict. His expression remains calm throughout the exchange. Bro, I wish I had the aura that Zane puts on in these situations. Because if it was just me, Carter would have a black eye by now.
Of course. I understand you're challenging the impossible. That's why I decided to join. I enjoy challenging the impossible.
As they continue their thoughtful verbal sparring, my gaze is drawn to the curved floor-to-ceiling window beside us. Outside, patients in white hospital gowns walk across the verdant lawn. They create an unexpectedly peaceful scene. At that moment, my heart detects a strange energy. It pulls me forward. This feeling. It's just like before when I was in the ruins of the Gaia Research Center. I gently nudge Zayne. He understands and takes a step to converse with Benedict and Carter. Then he successfully leads them away. So smooth. After making sure no one is around, I slip into the descending elevator.
You're not allowed in there, miss.
I don't care, ma'am. I see.
You can't go there either. Miss? Visitors are restricted to the public areas on the first and second floors. We aim to respect our patients' privacy.
Let me ask you this. Do you get paid enough? I turn to meet the receptionist's polite yet wary gaze and nod. Alright then, I'll head back. It was that way, right? I point to a spot in the distance. Confused, the receptionist turns to look and I prepare to make my escape. Oh my god. But I'm yanked by the hem of my top. No! The faint energy I've sensed disappears. Did someone just use their evol on us? In the hallway, the receptionist has finally noticed my disappearance and is looking everywhere for me. The sliding door closes. I turn around, cautious, only to find myself face to face with someone familiar.
You're the young lady who accompanied Dr. Zayne.
Miss Karen?
Allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Karen, a patient with protocore syndrome.
A sliver of light from the outside filters through the Venetian blinds. It illuminates her gentle features. She extends her hand, thin yet steady, toward me. I politely return her handshake.
I know you and Dr. Zayne are here to investigate the Fountain of Vitae, or rather, the rebirth cocoon. However, the press conference for it is coming up, and you're not the only ones keeping an eye on things.
You said exactly what I was thinking. Are you also undercover so you can gather information? She nods, but after a moment passes, she shakes her head.
Sort of. My original reason for coming here was simple. I wanted to live. Isn't it strange? After all, I was a war correspondent who once risked everything on the battlefield. Yet, after returning to civilian life, I'm afraid of death. I even believed in far-fetched promises.
When it comes to matters of life and death, I have no right to judge, let alone interfere with others' choices. Yet, I also wondered, if I were a patient, would I pin my hopes on this experiment despite knowing full well how absurd it is? But I hesitate, unsure if I should reveal what I know.
You want to say that this experiment is turning people into monsters. Those things called the Alterum. I was there during the Battle of Mount Eternal. I saw people transform into monsters with my own eyes. Whether you're trying to stop it or investigate it, 2 people won't be enough to treat this as a simple matter.
She turns around and opens a drawer. She takes out a small, elegant notebook and hands it to me.
This may seem sudden, but I need your help. And I believe you might need mine as well. It'll be necessary to prevent this press conference from taking place.
But why would you... Questions flood my mind, but I can't find the right one to ask.
As it stands, I'm their most successful test subject.
That visitor just disappeared around here.
The receptionist I managed to shake off earlier hurries towards us. Karen responds with a slight smile.
Take this with you. When you get out, tell them you saw the patient in room A107 faint. You were just escorting me back to my room.
I understand. Thank you.
Miss, how did you end up here? Is there anything I can help you with?
The patient in room A107 just collapsed. You should check in on her. While skeptical, the receptionist quickly summons doctors and nurses. The quick response suggests Karen's presence carries a special weight here. For my first visit to the sanatorium, uncovering these crucial leads is more than I could have hoped for. As for those secrets that lie deeper in a shroud of mystery and finding a way to stop Carter and Benedict's plans, that will take more time. I wonder how ZAYNE is doing. I should act like I don't know anything when I meet up with him. Pushing these thoughts aside, I carefully hide the notebook on my person before heading toward the main white building. As the tour is about to end, Carter is once again urgently called away by his assistant.
As the creator of Exheart, seeing your technology destroyed because of a momentary lapse in judgment.
I hate to hear him say that, but...
Do you feel regret or disbelief? I had imagined both reactions, yet I see neither on your face.
You must have been away from the operating room for too long, Mr. Benedict. You seem to have forgotten that showing emotions on one's face is the most ill-advisable thing a doctor can do.
Benedict smiles and chooses to ignore the sarcasm.
I'll be honest. I don't trust you, Dr. ZAYNE. But no one else has your outstanding qualifications and experience.
I don't trust you, but goddamn are you one good doctor.
It's precisely why I want to bring you on board, even when I know you don't agree with our philosophy.
We're taking a gamble on you.
Since you're being candid, Mr. Benedict, I'll also discard the pleasantries. As I've said, I want to challenge the impossible. We each have something to gain, no? This collaboration could work.
Is challenging the impossible your only reason? Will you really let others handle your life's work? Don't you want to find out who created those Alterum?
You certainly enjoy speculating about others' feelings.
I just can't help but wonder, if your bold experiment back then was completed, would the results have been different? In any case, Miss Hunter will tell you about her impressions of the tour after she's done with her disappearing act.
The clamor from downstairs seeps through the window and causes subtle vibrations in the air. Calm as always, ZAYNE meets his gaze.
I look forward to our cooperation in the future.
I sure hope Karen has enough dirt to stop that press conference just off of that one notebook. Because if not, there's going to be a huge influx of patients when they officially open. And just like that, our first tour comes to an end. After leaving the sanatorium, life with ZAYNE seems to have returned to normal. Barely finding a moment's rest, he rushes between OXO Hospital and the sanatorium. For the time being, Ever seems preoccupied with their grand vision with the Fountain of Atay. The leads related to the Ether Core have also gone cold. Meanwhile, Protocore syndrome cases are multiplying at an incredible rate. OXO Hospital's emergency room is constantly overwhelmed. I also have a feeling that Ever is causing the Protocore syndrome rate to spike. That way they can get this moving faster. Medical teams worldwide continue to test new treatments, but the results remain disappointingly ineffective. It's as if a deity, somewhere in the cosmos and uncertain about the world's fate, keeps listlessly rolling the dice again and again.
Aren't you supposed to save
Grayson.
people's lives? My wife is critically ill, and you're just letting her die.
Ouch. I couldn't deal with people like that. Like, I understand, but at the same time, you gotta understand the fact that this is like an epidemic with no, like, cure right now. Ugh.
Where's Dr. ZAYNE? Isn't he the leading expert on Protocore syndrome? Why can't he see us first?
Oh, another thing that I noticed between Love and Deepspace and their previous game, both games also have this plot point of an epidemic, like, happening. Like, where I stopped playing for their previous game, someone literally caused a wide dispersal of a virus. So that's another similarity.
Doctor, my child was perfectly fine yesterday. Why did the condition worsen?
In the break room for the division of cardiac surgery, the doctors and nurses can finally get a few minutes of rest. Exhausted, they slump into their chairs.
We're humans, not gods. We want to take care of everyone too.
In 3 days, Ever will officially unveil the rebirth cocoon at their press conference. It is designed to treat protocore syndrome. We interviewed Ms. Karen, one of the first patients who underwent this treatment. She will appear at the press conference. We might be witnessing a medical revolution. Only time will tell.
Everyone remains silent as they watch through the transparent partition in the door. From the corridor, they observe ZAYNE's focused expression.
Isn't Dr. ZAYNE supposed to be on leave?
Officially, maybe. I bet he's just busy with other projects. Things just aren't the same without Dr. ZAYNE here. Seeing him around makes me feel at ease. It doesn't matter how exhausted I am.
Yvonne lets out a deep sigh and turns to open the storage cabinet. With practiced ease, she breaks 2 dietary glucose sticks to hand out to her colleagues behind her.
Let's eat these and give it our all.
It's like running off of jelly drinks. If the deity is Astra, which it might not be, then they wouldn't have to roll the dice if knowing the future was their power, but it could be a different deity. But it seems like it'd be weird. Yeah. But like, there's always the possibility that there are other deities, because like, I can't believe that there's only just Astra. And I mean, technically, you could count Raphael as a deity, with his myth story and everything too.
Doctor, if I get sick, will I turn into a monster?
No.
Really? Will from the bed next to me said these crystals will eat us and turn us into big monsters.
Dr. ZAYNE, I'd like to process my child's discharge papers. If you could...
Lexi's condition has shown improvement. I advise you not to transfer hospitals at this time.
But everyone's saying Ever has a new treatment. We really want to try it.
The pulmonary artery aneurysm has ruptured. There is insufficient blood volume for circulation. Dr. ZAYNE, we can pronounce the time of death.
Time of death, 2:23 a.m. Notify the family.
Using the wall to support himself, a teenager in a warm green hoodie staggers along. He stops to catch his breath after each step. Every organ feels twisted and turned inside out. His nerves scream from the agony and pain. They threaten to rob him of his strength to stand. His vision blurs as he collapses against the wall. His arms shake uncontrollably as he tries to brace himself. Something races beneath his skin.
I'm not a monster. I don't want to become a monster.
The violent urge surges through him once again as he stares at his hands. They're covered in sharp crystals. He's fighting against the impulse to plunge them into his own heart. Yet he can't bring himself to do it. Cold snowflakes fall onto his body that's reached a fever pitch. A man's steady footsteps approach. He stands at the end of the road, his tall figure nearly blocking out all light from the street lamp. The teenager can still make him out, however.
You're the killer. Or the doctor. We meet again.
This isn't a coincidence. I'm here specifically because of you.
Is that so? Am I turning into a monster?
He forces his eyes to close for a moment. Even his vision is starting to blur. The man clad in black slowly approaches him. The teen feels an unexpected sense of peace.
I knew you'd save me.
Just as something foreign bursts through his skin to strike at the man before him, the teen hears a crystalline sound of ice forming beside his ear.
It'll be over soon.
The patient in room A103 is experiencing memory loss, continual emotional detachment, and exhibiting behavioral patterns that differ from usual. 3 days after entering the rebirth cocoon, the boy from room A210 disappeared without a trace. The patient from room A379 experienced a violent episode while awaiting treatment. The rebirth cocoon's performance has improved. I was chosen as the ideal test subject. They believe I'm the closest to success.
The notes Karen gave me consist almost entirely of observation reports on other test subjects. Her journalist's instincts made her distrust this research project from the start. She had already noticed something was off about it. This is... A worn, creased photo slips out from between the notebook pages. Its edges reveal the countless times it has been handled. In the photo, Karen is holding a little girl who's no more than 3 years old. Both of them are smiling at the camera. Is that her daughter? I quickly understand why she wants to live despite her doubts about the project. When did you get back? The breaking dawn appears outside the window as the sky grows brighter. Perhaps it's just my imagination, but I think I see those black crystals on his arm again. When I move closer to check, it seems I'm imagining things. Zayne watches me without saying a word. I realize that I only came over last night to help feed Shichi, but I got so caught up in analyzing the clues that I accidentally fell asleep on the couch. Sorry. I went a little overboard when I made myself at home. A moment passes, and a faint smile tugs at the corner of his lips.
Is there a passcode in this house that you don't know?
I clear my throat and hand him the notebook. I try to prevent us from getting sidetracked. In any case, I believe Karen is our best lead right now. Recently, Ever has made a public announcement about their best test subject who will make an appearance at the press conference. Unlike those big spenders and socialites, Karen has a positive, approachable image. She also had a good reputation in the eyes of the general public. They're trying to use her to build public support and convince more people to believe in their cause. By giving me these notes, she probably hopes I'll help her stop the press conference, or even put an end to the project altogether. So I thought... For a while, I've been talking to myself, and then he hugs me from behind. Zayne?
Yes, I'm listening.
He... I didn't think they'd be so intimate in the mainline story. It's cute. His embrace is gentle, as if the slightest touch might shatter something fragile. Did something happen?
It's cold.
To think someone who's like snow could... To think someone who is like snow could feel chilly. I pause before turning around to embrace him. We do get the huggers. I'll stop talking about Ever. But if you're really tired, please make sure you rest properly. Will you do that for me? There are less than 36 hours remaining until the press conference for the Fountain of Ate. Before returning to the sanatorium to stop it, Zayne and I quickly come up with a plan. I need to approach Miss Karen again to figure out a surefire way. Meanwhile, Zayne, who already has connected with the core researchers, will cover for me, whether it's diseases, wanderers, or the Altarum. They all stem from humanity's instinctive fear of things beyond their control. The deeper this fear takes root, the more likely people are to mistake absurdity for miracles. And whenever appears as a savior, they will gain a congregation of devoted followers. Zayne, the energy source I detected wasn't my imagination. I'm still not confident in utilizing the spatium core, but another visit might help us discover something new.
All right.
Zayne nods. I was prepared for a lecture about not abusing my power, but he says nothing. Here, put it on. To ensure the mission runs smoothly, I've borrowed cutting-edge equipment from the Association. The state-of-the-art invisible earpiece, modified by engineering prodigy Simone, a let's go girly, is now no bigger than a grain of rice. Oh my god. She pop off. I also have a small energy firearm. It's capable of bypassing most detection systems currently in use. I place the earpiece in my ear and gesture for him to come closer. Zayne obliges and leans down. Put it in your ear. 1 cough to turn the mic on, 2 coughs to turn it off, and tap to adjust the volume. Wait, how it's as small as a grain of rice. There's gonna be a big butterfinger there. How do you adjust the volume if you're tapping? Shouldn't you slide it up or down since it's so tiny?
Thank you.
I'm not sure why you're being so polite, but as soon as the comms channel opens, deafening audio feedback blasts my eardrums. I clutch my ears in pain. Ugh. I stagger back, and just before Shichi's mischievous attempt to trip me succeeds, Zayne catches me by the waist. He can't help but laugh. This is the first time in days that I've seen genuine joy in Zayne's expression. I frantically clamp my hand over his mouth. Wait until I adjust the volume before you speak. I can feel his smile widening beneath my fingers as I use my other hand to adjust the earpiece. Sound check. Zayne, say something.
You've never asked about the reason for why I picked that as my research topic back in medical school.
He remains close to me, his breath warm against my ear. It's almost like I can hear his heartbeat. The path of medicine is a noble pursuit, Dr. Zayne. You strive for academic excellence. You also want to find a meaningful purpose in life. Blech.
It's a good guess.
Back then, when you decided to destroy what could have been a world-changing discovery, you didn't hesitate?
Correct.
It's the kind of honor most people would cherish for a lifetime, yet he seems genuinely unbothered by it. Zayne must have chosen to stop the experiment because he foresaw the consequences of its potential misuse.
I had considered including your name in the acknowledgements of my paper.
I nod as I secure my firearm to the holster strapped to my thigh, then I double-check my equipment. People complained about how romantic the section for the main story is. You don't know you like it, but you're a Zayne girly, so also you feel no guilt over loving them all to some degree. I think the people who were upset about it largely are solo mains who are militant about not liking any of the other allies. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I agree with you on that, Bex. Which I find kind of strange to not at least like, you know, a few of the guys. I can understand not liking all of them. I wouldn't call myself like someone who easily loves characters that are introduced. Like, I don't know, I don't hate a lot of characters either, but I can't really like properly name another like game or piece of media where I genuinely like the main cast as much as this one. So that's why I say I'm not someone who finds a majority of characters as likable. Like, to the degree that this cast is, at least. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but I can see some people being like, I wish you weren't as like touchy-feely as you are because I prefer this other character. But maybe that's just because like I'm able to detach myself from the scenario. Because in that moment, I guess, here's the thing. Each of the guys and their MC, I see them as separate. I don't see the MC as like a whole in the entire story. Like when MC is with Zayne, that is Zayne's MC. When MC is with Silas, this is Silas's MC. And so it brings a level of it sets up more of a boundary between my preference, knowing that currently we are switching gears, you know, like my MC and me finds things more acceptable when we're with Silas, and then being able to distinctively change gears and say, we're with Zayne now, so this is Zayne MC. And even if it's not my jam, I can still enjoy what happens there. So, yes, they're distinctively different, which I think helps even lead to the overall like thing of the game being there's different universes and worlds. So, but I know there are people that just can't view it that way. Like it's hard for them to switch gears like that. I get it. And it might also be I'm so committed specifically to this in a sense of delusion, and they want to stay in that sense of delusion, that things like this brings them out of it and makes them kind of upset. It's a very interesting tell into the human psyche as well. Yes. Yes. Dang it, I'm also back to A-posing. Thanks, webcam. Webcam's like, stop talking about perspectives. You only thought about it. You didn't actually do it.
It wouldn't have been right for our names to appear on the same piece of paper without your permission.
Appreciate that. Respectable, Zayne. Before I can process the meaning behind his words, a rustling sound suddenly comes from the window. A piece of bean-shaped ruby chocolate falls. Clattering, it rolls to my feet. Who got into the chocolate? I look up to see that the last pack of chocolate snacks from the cabinet has been taken down and torn open on the floor. Oh no! Hide your chocolates! Shichi lifts his face from the snack package, which is bigger than his head, and licks the chocolate residue off his nose. What a gremlin. Wait, what did you eat? My body moves before my mind can catch up. I quickly pick up Shichi and check the empty package. You ate all the chocolates? Animals aren't supposed to eat that. Hide it, Zayne. Hide it. As noon approaches, the car enters the sanatorium parking lot. Since Zayne holds an internal role here, he's been granted limited clearance to the facility. I plan to slip in while he keeps the receptionist distracted.
Safety first.
You too. He doesn't look back when he leaves, but he suddenly raises his hand for a quick high five as our positions shield it from view. With my biosignature concealed, the omnipresent security camera's scan doesn't trigger anything. Their red indicators blink before moving on. Dimitri might be crazy, but I have to admit the ID camouflage chip he gave me is really useful. The lush trees and flower beds scattered throughout the sanatorium provide the perfect cover. Dodging staff members in the courtyard, I make my way to room A107 from memory. That's where Karen is. The staff will change shifts at approximately 12 p.m. There's a small window of time. To be more specific, there's a small window of time where no one checks the rooms. My shoes scrape against the smooth wall as I wait for the staff to leave. Once they're gone, I slip in through the window. Karen's eyes widen slightly at my entrance, but she remains quiet. Sorry. With the press conference coming up, they tightened security. I could only use this method to visit.
I expected as much. You're clever for figuring out how to find the perfect moment.
I understood the message you sent when you gave me those notes. That's why I'm here. Are you really going to give up? If we take this chance, you might actually have a shot at making a full recovery. Karen shakes her head.
After surviving so many close calls on the battlefield, I'd say death has already been more than generous.
She reveals a peaceful smile and looks at the sunlight streaming through the window.
When I first entered the cocoon, I dreamed. And in that dream, I had made a full recovery. I got to watch my daughter grow up. I was there for every important moment of her life. At her wedding, I hugged her while crying. But the face reflected in her eyes was unmistakably that of a horrifying monster.
Her gaze dims. Outside the window, a butterfly, drawn to the artificial flowers in the vase, crashes against the glass again and again.
When I came to my senses, I realized I wasn't hugging her. My hands were around her throat. I only wanted to hug her. So why did I make her cry?
Sensing my hesitation, she pulls the IV line from the back of her hand.
My dear, have you heard of Zhuang's butterfly dream?
The fact of a man dreamed he was a butterfly, or was the butterfly dreaming that they were a man? That is definitely something I've heard of. It's a very prolific underlying thing in the Persona series, actually.
I've always wondered who was really dreaming. Was it the butterfly, or Zhuangzi himself? If I can't tell who I am anymore, then the whole world has become my cocoon. The time I still have doesn't matter. I've made my decision.
What would you like me to do?
The press conference is scheduled for noon tomorrow, less than 24 hours from now. In an hour, they'll place me in the cocoon for my final examination. You need to locate the cocoon's power supply and cut it off completely.
No. The cocoon is connected directly to the test subject's consciousness. A sudden disconnection could lead to unpredictable effects on her already fragile body.
Don't worry about me. I'm prepared to face the consequences. Finding a suitable test subject like me isn't easy. Trust me, this is the best way to stop them.
I'll find a way to get you out of there.
Even if you could carry me, my body wouldn't survive a strenuous escape.
I know she's right. Once the guards shift ends, they'll quickly discover their most important patient has disappeared. Every exit in the sanatorium will be sealed off by then.
If this is to be my final battleground, then you must help me. Please.
I understand. After leaving room A107, I move quickly without any hesitation and stay out of sight.
Did you hear? Patient A379 suddenly lost control and became violent just now.
It's fine. Dr. Carter said that was normal.
So you're just gonna trust Dr. Carter? Ugh. Along the way, I quietly took down several orderlies and receptionists who spotted me. What? We knocking people out? A la Metal Gear? Let's go. The sanatorium is massive and many areas are restricted. A blind search could last until nightfall and still be a failure. What I sensed that day, it must have been the cocoon's energy core. I take a deep breath and activate the spatium core's power once more. My vision ripples and expands like waves. A faint energy trail leads me forward like a guiding thread. My drifting consciousness slowly seeps through the sanatorium's public areas, the garden, and through each patient's room. If I can just find the energy control hub. Following the faint energy pulse, I find myself at the end of the corridor that connects the public area to the garden. There's a door almost seamlessly integrated into the wall. Without hesitating, I push it open. A large, enclosed space gradually reveals itself. Behind this door lies an unexpectedly serene forest. Strange, there are no guards present. Only an unsettling silence hangs in the air. My watch hasn't sounded any alarms, and there are no detectable signs of biological activity among the vegetation. Wait, what? The energy source's pull grows stronger as it tugs at the power flowing within me. It's as if I'm being guided in a specific direction. Past the forest's winding paths, an unexpectedly elegant old building comes into view. That must be it. The energy readings are at their strongest there. Wait, so all of the forest is just dead? It says there was no signs of biological readings there. So, like, including the plant life? With Zayne's help these past few days, the cocoon's data and performance have shown improvement. Carter is in high spirits. He genuinely believes his junior has switched to the dark side. Now, finally he has seen the light.
I remember you were sitting right next to me when we talked for the first time. Do you want to join my research team? Before that, we all thought you were just some stuck-up child prodigy.
Dr. Noah used to say that one person can go fast, but a group can go far. Besides, your theoretical research was undeniably superior.
A look of surprise appears on Carter's face.
Back then, you were the youngest and quietest out of everyone. Who knew you'd be the most forward-thinking, boldest student in the lab? You went ahead and performed what we didn't dare to imagine. And you'd pose what we didn't dare to ask to the most distinguished of professors, until they were left speechless.
Walking and talking as they pass through the streamlined skywalk, the two soon arrive at the sanatorium's central platform. As dusk approaches, light filters through the hemispherical dome-like delicate silk. It bathes the courtyard in soft, warm hues.
I understand that Ever wants to use tomorrow's press conference to improve the Fountain of Vitae's credibility. But the rebirth cocoon still needs to be further developed. It's not ready to be revealed to the public.
Why not? We've prepared the best testing equipment, and all the data will be presented to the public in the most accessible format. Besides, we already have a suitable candidate for a public demonstration.
He turns to Zayne, and his voice becomes more eager.
Zayne, do you remember what I asked you the night Exhart succeeded? I asked if you wanted to change the world with me.
Actually, I remember you asking if y'all could go out and celebrate with barbecue. That's what I remember. Carter turns to survey the crowd in the garden below, his figure reminiscent of a smug creator gazing upon their creation.
We stand at the center of all our achievements. I assure you that success is within our grasp.
What exactly do you mean by success? Are you talking about unpredictable success rates? Or how quickly you dispose of your defective specimens when they fail?
The smile on Carter's face freezes. Then it slowly disappears. Good, I'm glad you wiped that smile off his face.
In the past, they were patients you fought desperately to save.
Thanks for the reminder. I almost forgot how pathetically incompetent I used to be. Why is it that when I was a powerless doctor, the lives lost under my care were somehow forgivable? But when I strive to be a pioneer, you suddenly care about the injustice done to those who were already destined to die. When did you become such a coward, Zayne? That incident at Mount Eternal? let me rephrase that. You've always been better at confronting death compared to me.
An uncontrollable impulse surges within him. Fortunately, a voice comes through his earpiece and pulls him back to reality. Zayne, I found the location with the strongest energy signatures. Just in case, if you can get clearance from either Carter or Benedict. Zayne composes himself, discreetly tapping the area near his ear as acknowledgement. He looks at Carter. Pressing a finger against his chest, Carter's icy stare lands on Zayne. His mocking tone from earlier vanishes.
The heart beating in my chest belongs to someone else. I can't live an insignificant life. Zayne, I understand the meaning of death far better than you do. If these sacrifices are necessary, then so be it. We're about to solve humanity's greatest dilemma, and you're still too young.
He's doing it to him? Doing it to him. His limbs are forcibly frozen to the wall. The surveillance cameras freeze just as they turn and their red indicators go dark.
You? Zayne, you dare to freeze me?
Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't do it sooner.
Expired yet for your academic plagiarism.
Carter's briefly freed hand is sealed in ice once again, and his frantic struggling is frozen as an awkward rigid pose.
You can't be serious. You're bringing this up now? The end justifies the means. Let me go!
It was a joke. But I need you to stay still for a while, Carter.
Are you planning to destroy the cocoon or cut off its power supply? The sanatorium has 6 independent operating systems. Pulling the plug won't be possible.
If this place allows someone with malicious intent like me to freely come and go, then that just shows how confident all of you are.
What are you actually trying to do?
Carter glares at him. His junior pauses thoughtfully before calmly shaking his head.
I won't tell you this time, Carter. I have a more trustworthy colleague to work with now.
You didn't
got
come
him.
here alone this time. What's that girl up to? This is murder! You're taking away these patients' only chance at survival! Zayne, you ungrateful traitor! You might be smart, but you're weak and short-sighted! Security!
Security! Another layer of ice appears to seal his mouth shut.
You said this place was perfect for heart-to-heart conversations, since no one would disturb us. I'm afraid you'll have to stay frozen for a while. Carter, you're not doing this to save lives, nor are you doing it to save humanity. Everything you've done is to merely fill the emptiness and soothe the fear you have when confronting death.
Zayne takes out a palm-sized access card from Carter's pocket. Zayne's gaze doesn't meet his. It lands on Carter's heart instead.
I doubt the heart's donor wants it beating in the chest of an executioner.
A holographic display takes up half of my field of vision. The green dot representing Zayne is moving toward my position. Not expecting much, I take a deep breath and place my hand on the door. To my surprise, it opens with a gentle push. Light streams through the glass dome and lands on the floor. It reveals an elegantly decorated reception hall. The space is completely empty, only the sound of footsteps echoes to break the silence. Zayne, I've sent you the coordinates. That's where the energy core is.
Don't worry, I'm just...
As soon as my hand touches the railing for the staircase going up, the scene before me flickers and vanishes. The comms channel is dead. I pull my hand away and take half a step back. I turn as colors fade. Like running water, they flow out. From the ceiling, walls, and floor, they all melt into an endless expanse of pure white. It's like a white tomb.
I'm honored you decided to visit.
Hi. I hear a slightly amused voice behind me. I whirl around to find Benedict standing in the middle of the reception hall. I'm not sure when he appeared. While I may be startled, I need to look composed. You've done a good job at preparing for the press conference, Mr. Benedict. It's going well without you. He touches the wall and the white space suddenly dissipates. It returns to its original form, a reception hall.
Miss Hunter, you should have been the most successful test. After all,
oops, my bad.
Every experiment here exists for one purpose: to create beings just like you.
A gunshot explodes in the empty reception hall. I'm tired of hearing you people talk about the same thing. Let's skip the formalities and get to fighting. Just as the bullet approaches him, crystal shards suddenly burst from his arm to pulverize the projectile. Bro experimented on himself. Why am I not surprised?
Oh, right. I forgot to mention something. I'm one of the cocoon's successful specimens.
You could have said that earlier. I quickly switch out the regular bullets in my magazine for energy rounds designated to fight wanderers, then I shoot at him. But Benedict seems to have anticipated this, and at his signal, several shadowy figures surge forth from the darkness. Several Altarum move with inhuman speed. Like savage beasts, they lunge towards me. You're calling for backup already? I guess you aren't really a successful specimen. Dang, girl. Quickly stepping to the side and spinning, I dodge in the nick of time. The Altarum crash into one another. I don't plan on dragging this fight out. ZAYNE will be here soon. Finding the energy core's location is the highest priority. I activate the spatium core's sensing ability again. There's a faint energy signature coming from the bottom floor of the building. And then everything before my eyes becomes indistinguishable once again. As the light shifts and wavers, thick fog appears from out of nowhere. It rolls in and blurs even the faces of the Altarum.
Play with them for a while.
I don't wanna. My senses stop working and my vision is plunged into an endless void. Overwhelming dizziness washes over me. Desperate, I try to stay conscious in spite of the vertigo, but my legs give out and I collapse onto the cold floor. It's just dirty tricks. I know I've reached my limit. Just before I lose consciousness, the sounds around me fade. In the void, I feel someone firmly grab my wrist. The churning sensation of instability vanishes when I open my eyes.
Are you okay? Where does it hurt?
How long did I get passed out? Under the flickering light, I can barely make out ZAYNE's worried expression. Before I can say I'm fine, a searing pain erupts from my chest and flows through my entire body. I press my hand against my chest, but the physical pressure does nothing to ease the pain.
Stop trying to sense it. You look pale.
I grab his hand, gritting my teeth. I tell ZAYNE everything that just happened.
After them! Where did they go?
Don't speak. Keep your breathing steady.
ZAYNE quickly surveys our surroundings, and he pulls my arm over his shoulder to help me walk. It's not there. Go straight. Past that barrier. We pass through the wall. The Altarum are right behind us, but it seems they were fooled by the elusive hologram. Thankfully, this space hasn't been warped. ZAYNE pulls me into an empty room and slams the door. Ice covers it, but the Altarum have us cornered, and they claw at the frost to create a sharp, grating sound. Everything in front of me blurs into patches of color. I try to grab ZAYNE's hand again, but my strength fails me. My hand weakly slides down his sleeve. Oh god, it's the syringe scene! I do remember that. I do remember that preview from the trailer. Dang it, also my boobs muted my microphone again. Give me just 1 second. I also need to recheck my yeah, it's happened a couple times. lately. This week, Bex. The music is not helping. The music is putting too much pressure on the okay, so I don't have a fear of needles, thankfully. I don't have a fear of needles. But I had always wondered if we would end up having to deal with it because one of the scenes, or not scenes, one of the cards, like the 3-star cards, had him like prepping a needle, and I was like, that makes me a little nervous. Maybe, hopefully that won't be a thing. And then I saw this scene and I was like, this is gonna be a thing now, isn't it? All right, here we go. I'm prepped.
Zane. Why am I tied up?
It's done.
At least we didn't look down. Oh God.
What did you inject me with?
A suppressant. The energy in your heart has surpassed your tolerance threshold. This will ease the strain.
Oh, he's gonna keep it so we don't end up blowing ourselves up.
Better now.
Zane.
The suppressant won't last long. We need to leave now.
He just had that on him?
Fluctuations. It's metaflux.
Look out. Fire.
All right, I'll do it.
Oh, you're still here. How delightful.
I'm a healer, but I'm a healer, but
Yes, we would survive. If you take another step, I can't guarantee you'll get out of this alive.
Dr. Zane, a hunter firearm can't kill it, but a wanderer can.
bro, Benedict just looks like a usual wanderer we fight. Oh, he's just gonna deal with it himself? Let's go. Are we gonna help? We are gonna help. Okay, good. I was like, I love the Silas MC cutscene in the earlier part of the story, so I wasn't sure if we recovered enough to help. We did, because we a baddie. It doesn't matter which boy we're with, we always end up being a baddie. I love that.
Watch your heart. 30% of their evil should do. In your case, the cure is extreme measures.
He's also gotta say cheesy lines still, doesn't matter what we're doing. That's another thing I really love about Zane. It's like he's so stoic and he's like, but he will just randomly whip cheesy stuff out. And it's peak. I like cheesy peak. That was cheesy peak.
Traverse the darkness with me.
Let's see a specimen.
His first name's Alternum?
Here I go. Zane.
Leave it to me. Is this what you wanted?
Perfect.
Thank you, Misk.
I'll show you. It was just a scratch.
Things will get more challenging now.
Insult. Stay.
Break his shield? It's working, right? Okay, there we go. I was like, Otto should at least know how to do this a little bit, right? You like how the battle plays in the main story. I agree. I think this is, well, no. I think the only other time battles have played in the main story have been with Xavier, right?
How tiresome. Eat this.
Keep your tempo.
Eat this.
Victory is with it's your turn.
Nope.
I guess there's also technically that one part with Raphael very early on in the overall main story too.
Zayne. Now you can't.
When he first saves you when you go into the ocean.
Final journey.
This one has voice lines that work in the main story. Yes, I did. Yeah, there was the subtitles above the boss's health, I noticed. I think that is new. I think that is the first time we've actually had specific voice line battle dialogue.
Be careful. That was fast.
He was just a scratch.
Elimination.
It'll be the same result for next time.
The decision. Okay. I think we're getting close to wrapping up this part as well. At least it feels like it. After using up almost all of my ammunition, the Wanderer finally crashes to the ground, but this is not the end. The sound of regenerating flesh echoes throughout the building as the crystals on its body rapidly retract. It's as if they're being devoured. In just a few seconds, the Wanderer has completely regenerated and takes on Benedict's appearance. While he's not down.
Wait for an opening first, then we'll retreat. There's no point in continuing this fight.
Zayne is right. Benedict isn't our primary target right now. Just now, something about Zayne seemed off. That flash of black crystal, the killing intent, the cold indifference in his eyes. Why are you skipping that? I don't have it on auto. Let me read this. It all vanished in an instant. Maybe I imagined it. A strange unease rises in my chest, but there's no time to dwell on it. I fire my last bullet at Benedict as a grayish-white mist fills the reception hall. Here's another good example of my seamless coordination with Zayne.
Now's our chance. Go.
With the Altarum at our heels, I lead Zayne toward the strongest energy signature I remember sensing in this building. Have you noticed how the Altarum are getting stronger? They're practically like living weapons. Could it be that after their consciousnesses were eroded, these failed test subjects are turned into tools that can be commanded? After taking down another Altarum that tried to attack us, I run toward a corner. The strongest energy signature was right behind a door. Huh? Where's the door?
Watch out.
As Frost immobilizes the guard who tried to ambush us, Zayne stands back to back with me. Both of us are on high alert. Part of the layout has changed again.
If this place is a projection, then changing the layout would be the quickest way to hide the energy core's location.
Well, that's a pain in the butt. This is annoying. I have to find the energy signatures again.
Remember to not let your energy overload your heart. I don't have any more stabilizing injections.
Speaking of which, where did you get the one you gave me? It's a good question.
Knowing how a certain Miss Hunter tends to overuse her evil, I came prepared.
Well, I'm glad you come prepared. When you restrained me earlier...
It was because you were too strong.
I place my hand on the wall. Energy surges through my veins as my sensing ability is magnified. The location becomes clearer. I'm certain the energy core is being held on the top floor. This way. I found it. Follow me. The last Altarum is knocked down to the area below. Only me and Zayne are on the top floor. At the end of the cold, white corridor stands a single door. It's as if our only option is to move forward. This is it. Zayne and I exchange a quick glance before swiping Carter's ID card against the scanner.
Welcome to the Energy Core Control Room, Dr. Carter.
Thanks, Telomere. Once the door to the control room closes, a layer of ice covers it. Thick cables run across the area, and they'll all converge on a central energy pillar that emits a luminescent blue light. It's being powered by a protocore. That's not surprising. In all of its glory, this is Ever's crown jewel in the industry of protocore technology. If the energy pillar is destroyed, all ongoing experiments will immediately cease. Are we going to absorb this protocore? In other words, Karen, who is currently undergoing an examination, will remain trapped in her cocoon. It could potentially cause irreversible damage to her body.
Are you worried she might regret her decision?
Maybe. We need to destroy it. I am not leaving this energy core in Ever's hands. And if she regrets it, that's on her. I can't betray her trust in me. Or rather, I believe in her choice. I remember the first time I held Karen's hand. It was thin, delicate, yet surprisingly strong. Zayne raises his hand and hurls a shard of ice toward the luminescent energy. Let me guess, it's not gonna be that easy to destroy. Oh no, shut up, Carter. Carter's voice rings out from the overhead speakers as the surrounding glass walls instantly become transparent. I can see Carter has arrived, catching his breath. He's standing in the reception hall we were in earlier.
Zayne, leave this place, and don't you dare destroy that energy core! Do you remember how much time and effort we put into this?
What are you gonna do about it if we do destroy it, huh? Without a hint of emotion in his eyes, Zayne gives Carter a slight nod. Amid the chaos, Benedict calmly stands behind the crowd. He smiles as he raises his hand to his ear.
You dropped your facade sooner than I expected, Dr. Zayne. Is it because of your sense of duty as a doctor, or a resolve driven by guilt?
Believing that you can guide humanity's fate so you can control life and death is the epitome of arrogance.
Yeah, I agree. Also, hi, Nexus. Welcome in. How are you? Hope you've been well.
Isn't thinking you have the right to stop any experiment that crosses the boundaries of life just as arrogant? This is what the people in our era want. And in just a few centuries, or maybe even a few decades, history will remember this moment.
You have no right to speak of such things.
Why don't we watch and see how the future unfolds? Even if you've stopped Ms. Karen's experiment and prevented the press conference today, you can't stop the tide of progress.
It's more or less the same rhetoric. Did everyone ever attend the same corporate seminar or something?
Ah, yes. I have one more question I'd like to ask you, Dr. Zayne.
The static in the comms channel suddenly falls silent and cuts off Carter's angry shouts. All I can hear is Benedict's steady voice tinged with amusement alongside his breaths.
Back then, why did you choose to destroy something that could have shaken or even changed the world?
He asked the exact same question that I did. A sense of unease stirs as I glance at Zayne, who's maintaining his usual composure.
It couldn't be controlled. Any action beyond our control leads to unpredictable consequences.
Maybe it's because he used his evol too many times in quick succession. Delicate ice crystals are steadily creeping up Zayne's forearm.
Uncontrollable. I see. Your rationality is an absolute, the very thing that drives you to eliminate any possibility of losing control. It affects the smallest things about yourself to the greatest matters of this world. That's why you killed William at Mount Eternal back then, yes? You really are capable of such cruelty. You struck down your mentor and friend who fought beside you.
Bro is just twisting the knife.
Even I would have hesitated.
He did hesitate.
Cut to the chase.
A long time passes before Zayne's voice breaks the silence. Although his tone remains calm, his ragged breathing gives him away.
You're here to atone for your mistake. That much is certain. But you also wish to uncover what you think is the truth. For example, surely there must be an explanation for why those Altarim look so much like everyone who died at Mount Eternal.
In the tense undercurrents of this moment, a harsh truth slowly surfaces.
I'll tell you, those people at Mount Eternal were this experiment's first batch of failed specimens.
You've had them for that long.
Your companions, William, all your guilt and suffering, I'm the one who caused it.
His tone is almost nonchalant, yet every sentence is like a knife straight to the heart.
A discovery that could have shaken the world to its core, abandoned because of a moment of cowardice. You made their deaths as meaningless as those of the failed Altarum.
A wave of frost surges throughout the room. A bone-chilling... I can't read that fast. Let me set the atmosphere. I hate when it does this sometimes. A bone-chilling cold creeps up from the floor. The windows, walls, and floor are sealed under thick layers of ice. They form intricate, crystalline patterns. See... He's gonna get a comeuppance, and it's gonna be very deserved. Very, 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 very deserved. But at the cost, possibly, of Zayne's constant grasp of trying to control his own evil. And that's what I'm not happy about. Zayne. With each breath, the veins on his neck throb as black ice crystals spread rapidly across his skin. It's like they're trying to devour every last bit of his life force. This is not the Zayne that I know. This is the merciless Grim Reaper who emerged from the depths of hell itself. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I need to take like a 2-minute break because all of the hydration is needing to exit this plant girl's body. So, I will be back super duper quick. Okay, there we go. I am back. Now we can continue. Sorry, I was like, I'm one of those people that's like, oh man, I don't want to get up because like I'm busy, but like I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it any longer. So, all right, let's go. The door that had been sealed with ice bursts open. Having completed their transformations into wanderers, the Altarum try to overwhelm us like a tidal wave. As soon as they get close, the sharp icicles pierce their chests, and shards of ice then explode outward like a violent storm. More Altarum advance. They crush the falling crystals beneath their feet as they crawl over corpses to reach us to God. Just line them up. It's like a hallway. All of the Altarum open and close their mouths in unison. They stutter and produce these unsettling sounds. No matter how hard he tries, Zayne can't make out what they're saying or see their faces clearly. The nightmare wraps around his body like a phantom. It coils behind him and whispers fate's curse into his ear.
Aren't you a doctor?
Am I
Why
going
can't
to
you
die?
save anyone?
Pay for this.
I didn't sacrifice everything just to become someone ordinary and powerless.
One day, you will hurt her.
He clutches his chest and feels as if the icy wind stabbed it. He stares at the corner of the tent fluttering in the snowy gale with a distant, otherworldly gaze. Kessoff, hello! Good evening to you! How are you? William, who had finished his surgery, pauses in surprise. Then he smiles and holds out his hand toward him. Oh no, we're getting a flashback of at the mountain, aren't we? This is not Daijobu.
Nightmare? If you can't sleep, then we can go for a walk.
Everything that just happened, it seems to have been a dream. He stares at his fingers, the blood, the girl's shocked expression. It was all just a dream. No, this one's the dream. No, wake up, wake up, wake up. It was just a dream. Ah!
It's unfortunate we couldn't save the patient today. Don't be too hard on yourself.
You're a tad tired. Aw, I hope you're able to get some rest then. Just take it easy for today if you can. How am I? I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I'm getting a little hungry though. It has been about 5 to 6 hours since I've had something to eat, so I'm gonna get some grub after we finish up here though.
Back when I was doing research, failure meant you could always try again. But as a doctor, lives will only give you one chance.
Yeah, I need something like substantial. When I woke up, I don't usually eat too heavily after I wake up because I don't digest very well in the morning, so I kind of just had like a small bowl. So aside from that, I've just been running on tea and water.
You know, I had these exact same feelings during my first mission as a military doctor.
The polar night hasn't disappeared. The dark blue sky appears to be almost within reach. This desolate land covered in a blanket of snow is always magnificent.
It took me a long time to realize that what we have to face isn't just the loss of a life and death itself. The way they look at you in their final moments, it's always the same. Time and time again. You'll have to see their fear and desperation when they're about to die.
William is deep in thought. Then, as if remembering something, he turns to Zayne and smiles.
By the way, did you hear my final plea when you killed me?
Ah! He stares blankly at William's distorted face, and in the very next second, the ice shards... The dialogue moves again too fast for me to read. The ice shards have already pierced his chest. Once again, he sinks into the dark abyss of his consciousness. There are more of them. They're actually using the Altarum as weapons. I roll and find an opening in the wall of Altarum that's protecting Benedict. I aim my gum. Gum? Yeah, I'm attacking with gum now. Let's get them all sticky so they can't move and then we can leave. I aim my gun at him. But before I can pull the trigger, brilliant ice flies toward Benedict. Benedict smiles. He crushes the ice shard embedded in his chest.
You're different from the man I was talking to earlier. I must say, you're skilled at saving and taking lives, Dr. Zayne.
With a slight gesture of his hand, the Alterum freeze in place like marionettes. They withdraw like receding water, as if they've received a silent command. Oh, that's creepy. That's not good. It's like a hive mind thing.
I hope you'll find your true path after our candid discussion.
I think we've talked enough. Soon enough, only the two of us remain in the vast, cold control room. Ignoring everything else, I rush past the dissipating ice crystals to Zayne and cradle his face in my hands. Zayne. Zayne, look at me. Listen to me. No matter who Benedict is, I'll always keep a bullet just for him, starting today. Zayne's labored breathing shows how intense the pain is. The black ice crystals emerge from his neck and continue to spread out. His ice-cold fingers are slowly slipping away from my palm. You need to wake up from this nightmare, right now. These hands that saved countless lives should never be stained with the pain and guilt that don't belong to them, especially not because of scum like Benedict. Zayne, you have to... These few seconds feel like centuries. And then he... Otto. It's not on auto, though. If there's anything I need to criticize Infold for, it's for having text boxes autoplay when I don't have the auto mode on. Did I burn my tongue? I might as well have. If I had to read as fast as those boxes went, I would have bit my tongue off. These few seconds feel like centuries, and then he finally raises his head to look at me. He slowly tenses, and I see myself reflected in his icy gaze. See, I don't wanna read like that. That completely gets rid of the immersion. Zayne? Oh, he gonna hurt me. No! Pain answers me instead. My consciousness shatters as I drift into the warm embrace of unconsciousness. Before everything fades, distant memories regroup and flood my mind. The ground is littered with the remains of wanderers. They're slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, searing pain burns my chest. Struggling to push myself up, I see my blood-stained hands are small and thin. Did this happen when I was little? I look up. There's a young man with a familiar face, but his expression is frighteningly cold and foreign. While I'm dazed, his face merges with Zayne's present-day appearance. They, from my memories and reality, approach me step by step.
Your existence is a mistake. You must be eliminated.
It's as if black frost has covered his eyes, having materialized in his raised hand. Sharp ice crystals hurl themselves at me. The next day, the pristine sanatorium stands tall, immaculate and serene. It's been restored to the point where yesterday's attack might have never happened at all.
Wherever and whenever you need us, we will provide you with healthcare services of the highest quality.
In the courtyard, a gentle breeze caresses the grass kissed by early morning light. A cocoon hangs on a delicate, swaying flower stem. The faint sounds of struggle can be heard from within. Light reveals the outline of tightly folded wings behind its translucent walls. Moist and tender, it breaks free from its cocoon, and in the refreshing air of rebirth, those wings slowly take to the skies. I was like, there better be another chapter. Please don't leave it right there. The land of no return. Oh gosh. You don't know why they did that in this update. It's weird. You're used to it happening in kindled animated scenes, but in regular story, no excuse. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, trying to read the Kindle animated scenes out loud, even harder because it goes by so fast. My heart constricts as sharp pain courses through every fiber of my being. My consciousness sinks into a blurry darkness. Footsteps that are close by sound distant, as if they're muffled under a glacier. Zayne, is that you? He stops in his tracks, as if he heard me. He doesn't take the candy, or freeze the melting popsicle I offer him.
Stay away from me! I'm sorry.
A box sits on the doorstep. Wisps of cold air drift inside it. Inside the box lie 3 misshapen snowballs, remnants from when Zayne was still learning how to use his evol as a kid. Really? Zayne knows I got hit with ice when watching the seals, and now he made snowballs to tease me. I heard footsteps. Did he already leave? I don't see anyone nearby. As I hold the box close, an inexplicable sense of loss washes over me. I want to say his name, but something catches in my throat. It silences my voice. Zayne. I managed to finally call out his name, yet when I open my eyes, I find myself staring at a dimly lit ceiling. As my foggy consciousness slowly clears, I realize I'm lying down in a room at Oxo Hospital.
Due to Miss Karen's poor health, Ever's press conference for today has been cancelled.
It got cancelled?
Mr. Benedict, the director of Val Sanatorium, stated that the patient's well-being takes precedence over the event.
I don't think we actually fully destroyed that protocore, so I thought the energy was still on. A hand waves before me. Its owner's lips move as they say something I can't make out.
How many fingers am I holding up?
Oh, it's Yvonne. Looking down, I see my wounds have been bandaged and the pain has mostly subsided. I sit up and take Yvonne's hand. Where's Zayne?
Oh, you're awake. Thank goodness you're okay.
Please don't tell me that he's gone and he's gone missing and people don't know where he is, because I don't think I could take that right now. Especially, with what's happening.
You had cardiac energy overload and some minor injuries when Dr. Zayne brought you in. We asked him what happened, but he wouldn't say anything. He stayed in this room until your vital signs stabilized.
As she speaks, Yvonne leans in. Her expression becomes more serious.
I heard from Grayson that Dr. Zayne went to the director's office to submit his resignation letter.
What? What?
There was a loud commotion in the office. I've never seen the director that angry before. He didn't approve it and gave Dr. Zayne an extended leave. Then he told him to go home and think things through. He wouldn't say another word about it. Dr. Zayne didn't hesitate at all. But before he left the hospital, he asked us to take good care of you.
I try to force myself to smile, but I can't. The only one thought's in my mind. Find him? Yeah, that's what. Get me out of this hospital bed right now, Yvonne.
Wait, you can't just. Oh no. Please be careful.
Bro's not allowed to leave us behind again.
We haven't seen him.
No.
Sorry, we haven't seen anyone who matches your description.
We're...
Dr. Zayne. A few days ago, he said he'd be traveling to remote... Oh, you must be that young lady. This is our new menu item for today. Would you like it to go?
No. No.
Wait! Dr. Zayne already paid for it.
I'm done with his... I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Here, have a dessert while I'm gone. Crap. Zane's home, his favorite dessert place, the cafe near Oxo Hospital. I visited every place I could think of, but there was no trace of him anywhere. Late into the night, I enter the passcode to his house again. I'm clinging onto one final hope. The room is shrouded in darkness. Snowflakes drift in through the gaps of the floor-to-floor ceiling windows. Who is calling?
The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later.
Memories that are no longer dormant slowly flood my mind again. I've seen those black ice crystals and that pained look on his face before. In my childhood memories, Zayne moved away while carrying a heavy, unspoken guilt. This bad habit of disappearing has existed even back then. I hear a faint whimper in the cold. I raise my head and rub my stinging eyes to see Shichi. It's you. As if he understands me, Shichi leaps onto the sofa and gently places his paw on my knee. I feel like I've tried everything, but I still can't find him. I hold Shichi close, my trembling voice barely above a whisper. I didn't realize it cracked until now. Please, can you help me one more time? Take me to him. Time passes, then Shichi obediently jumps down, sniffs the blanket on the sofa that carries Zayne's scent, and runs toward the half-open door. In the darkest hours of the night, it's snowing again. Large snowflakes dance around the glowing streetlights. They settle on rooftops, streets, passing cars, and the shoulders of pedestrians. After running for a long time, Shichi stops in front of the pitch-black fence. He circles it a few times before signaling me to follow him. Where am I? The streetlight illuminates the faded writing on a sign. This is a public cemetery in Lincoln City. It's also the final resting place for those who have no place to call home. Shichi quickly vanishes into the darkness. I steel myself before running after him. As soon as I see that familiar figure, my heart leaps violently in my chest. Zayne! He stands in the snowy night, his coat billowing between black tombstones. He's like a ghost who has nowhere to go. I understand why he left the moment I see the names on the tombstones. He chose to imprison himself in this nightmare. He wants to atone, to seek redemption for the monsters he killed. I hurry to his side, but when I try to call out his name, it gets stuck in my throat.
Why are you here?
Questions overwhelm my mind, but I don't know what to ask about first. You chose to disappear without a word. You didn't even give me an explanation.
These graves belong to the people who died by my hand. I don't believe their deaths were unjustified. Do you think I'm here because of guilt? I'm not standing in front of them for repentance, let alone the atonement you're imagining.
When you almost raised your hand against me, based on your judgment, did that mean I was also someone who needed to be killed? He doesn't evade the question. He nods without any hesitation. So this is why you submitted your resignation letter to Oxo Hospital. You haven't even healed my heart yet, and you're going to leave just like that? You told me not to change doctors on a whim, but can a doctor abandon their patient whenever they want? A complex feeling crawls up from my throat to my tongue as emotions bubble up like boiling water.
I first met you when I came to Oxo Hospital. I was 12 at the time. Dr. Noah was a close friend of your grandmother, and I was told to look after you. You were afraid of me back then, until I used my power to keep your popsicle from melting. When things finally settled down after the Chrono Rift catastrophe, My parents asked if I wanted to move somewhere else. I hesitated for a long time. I was worried I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. But then that incident happened, and I actually hurt you. You were unconscious and bleeding heavily. When I realized what happened, I couldn't understand why I did it.
He closes his eyes for a moment. When he opens them, his expression is as serene as the calm after a snowstorm. It's like he finally woke up from a year-long nightmare, only to discover that the nightmare has become reality.
That was when I realized I could lose control of my power. And not being in control can lead to irreversible consequences. It's why I chose to leave without saying goodbye.
The truth pierces my heart like needles. Words are stuck in my throat.
Perhaps I chose cardiac surgery because I wanted to heal your heart. Or maybe I wanted to make amends for what I did back then. Even I don't know.
He keeps his gaze lowered, and his voice is as soft as melting snowflakes.
But I didn't hesitate when I chose the field of medicine. When I first recited the Hippocratic Oath, I truly believed I would become a good doctor. I believed I would save many people, including the one I had hurt before.
It doesn't seem like he noticed my obvious shock. Zayne just gazes calmly at the weathered gravestones.
Until that night on Mount Eternal, when I killed William.
But you didn't have a better choice at the time. Once again, he lowers his emotionally detached gaze.
Do you really think a killer can be a doctor who saves lives? If something like this happens again, you might regret the fact that you tried to keep me close.
Are you saying your nightmares are destined to become reality? Will I turn into a monster that needs to be killed one day? I didn't expect him to answer, yet he shakes his head.
I don't know.
So, are you avoiding me now because of logical reasoning? What about your feelings? If we're going by pure logic, then now is the time. Do it, Zayne. Are you afraid? Or is this something you don't want to do? Looking at his calm, aloof expression, I find myself beyond the point of rationality. Whatever you do today, I won't have any regrets.
But I would.
Snowflakes land on my eyelashes. They turn his figure into prismatic fragments that are like ripples in the darkness.
I'm certain that if I were to truly hurt you one day, it would be the greatest regret of my life.
The snowflakes fall as if they're floating through the cosmos. They land on us and the gravestones. We stand in silence. Neither of us exchanges a single word. After that day, rumors related to the Alraune and Dawnbreaker faded away like melting snow. These pure white specks were but fleeting visitors. The city awakens in daylight, and once again, it's immersed in its bizarre flood of information. The spatium core's energy remains concentrated in my chest. It's like a seed that's merged with my flesh. It faintly echoes with my heartbeat. I know these ether cores connect my past to my future. They're linked to the secrets hidden in deep space. Yet, I wonder what fate awaits the Alraune, Zayne, and me. Ever won't give up on the Fountain of Atay they've carefully cultivated. They'll continue to weave their dreams of immortality. But they were right about one thing. The cycle of life and death is an inescapable truth. The constraints of matter break down, and the shackles of time and space gradually dissolve. Countless civilizations rise and fall among the stars. Because of the laws that guide entropy and dissipation, Earth's magnificent radiance will eventually fade. Humanity's long, undisturbed period of exile will also come to an end. I wouldn't understand that until much, much later. The Creator had planted foreshadowings in an era predating life itself. Is this Creator quote-unquote Astra? Maybe? I don't know. The game constantly, every time, is pretty good at setting up answering some questions, but not enough, and putting up more questions. Yeah, agreed. Lots of questions.
This location needs to be purified.
I will have to remember to go back and read
Together.
The anecdotes for that library though.
You aren't so bad yourself. Bring it on.
It seems like Zayne, yeah, Zayne was supposed to do a couple of things, but outside forces caused things to go in a different direction.
Leave it to me.
You see a lot of people assuming Zayne actually leaves us there, but you don't think it's clear whether he leaves or not.
Threats are only temporary.
Yeah, we honestly won't know until they release the next part of the main story. However, I don't think we're gonna know the next part, but the part after the next. Because if I had to guess what's going to come up next, it's going to probably be Xavier and Raphael stuff, since Silas and Zayne got such a huge focus. And they have been trying to pace the characters evenly throughout the main story.
Come at me.
Together. My turn.
Well done. It's over.
So we'll probably have to wait for 2 more story updates.
Watch out. Come
to see what he decides to do. I don't want him to leave.
Threats are only temporary.
Melting like snowflakes.
Especially because MC has expressed that she's you know, exasperated with the constant like, I'm leaving. And I am too. I think MC can roll with everyone fairly
Are you prepared?
evenly, and so I know it's like a hard thing for Zayne to go over because like having her here constantly is a variable that he is not really able to like control.
Eat this.
I'm impressed by your skill.
Me too. I'm getting the hang of it.
Which also just shows the dual coin that
It is weak.
Silas and Zayne are both on. I honestly see Silas and Zayne as like 2 sides of the same coin, especially with this update releasing. Next is locked. It's coming soon. How soon is soon? Actually, they can wait a smidge because I need to catch up on my other gachas. Oh, there's the unicorns operation platform. Okay. There's a couple of new stuff I still need to check out, but I am going to do that a bit later. As I mentioned earlier, your girl's hungry. I'm starving. I am very hungry. But next time we have Love and Deep Space here in the Tea Break Garden is going to cover the wedding stuff, because I want to experience that here with everybody. Because it's a big banner, it's big event. You know, I like how Infold was like, hey, let's drop this super serious like story update. All right, now that we have you guys crying, Go put your wedding dress on. It's time to get married. Give you that emotional whiplash. They're crazy. Infold's kinda crazy. Maybe just a little bit. Oh, there's some other people also streaming Love in Deep Space. Let's go. The banner's aftercare. Yeah, agreed. I think one of the things about being a Silas girly is we got the pain of experience Silas like factually dying already. So like going over that hill, I'm not worried. I'm not that worried about Silas compared to the other guys, because I've already seen my husband die by MZ's own hand anyway. So it's like, it's okay, he'll be fine. He won't die unless we do it to him, you know what I mean? But everybody else, I'm kind of like, oh shit. Oh. True. Fair though, Zane's Lord's pretty consistently angsty. Yes, yeah, it is. But the fact that he's so... I don't know how to explain it. It's like... Zane is... I don't know. I'm more worried for him compared to Silas. Because I think it's because, like, Zane actually... He agonizes over certain things, and it's a lot more visible compared to like Silas's agony. Like, yeah, Zane has the angst and the difficult choices and agonizing over stuff consistently throughout his journey, whereas Silas's all culminates like in one very specific spot. Yes, Silas's writing team loves to allude to a history too, so you wouldn't be surprised if they stab Silas girlies again. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they cause us to have that as well, because like, yeah, no, in Silas's cards they love to echo back to like little nuances of his myth and history, and I'm just like, yeah, I love that. But then my heart, I am like dying. Why would you do that to me? They're like, Infold's like, you like this? You like that? You remember when this happened? Yeah, here you go. But yeah, Zane flagellates. He's suffering. Yes, the brood. Well, he's not really brooding. It's the silent suffering type, definitely. Whereas Silas is like, if he's suffering, he's not gonna let anybody see, and it's really hard to. It's a lot harder to tell, I think, when he is suffering. The storytelling with Silas though, like. A lot of people, were turned off to Silas's introduction, but I like how clever the team has been. I think they're pacing and planning pretty good and far ahead because of like, if you read Silas's second myth with his dragon form and you go back knowing that knowledge and seeing his entrance, it's like the way he acts is actually kind of hella justified. Like, I didn't really throw shade at him the first time he came in, but like, I definitely couldn't throw any at all once I realized like the way his brain worked, Have I seen Emi Richu's animatic about her falling into the lad's hold? No, I have not. I have not. I should though. I really should. I'm really happy that there are some well-known internet personalities also enjoying Love in Deepspace. Like I know Uki Mama absolutely loves the boys. That makes me happy. I think Inna also really loves the boys too, so I'm just like, hey, let's go. It feels nice to have people you look up to also enjoying the same stuff that you do. She describes the infold method of, hey, you want this hot pixel man? Slaps you with angst. Yeah, it's kind of the trend. I don't know. I feel like infold just happened to be like the people like a part of the Love in Deepspace like team. I mean, we know that like infold is I'm pretty sure it's ran by women, like, or at least the majority of the team consists of women, so it's, you know, easier to write relatability and things that, you know, hook people in that sense. It's kind of refreshing to know that at the same time, but it's also really weird because it feels like, did you grow up with me? Because did you know what I like looked at when I was like growing up? Because I feel so called out a lot of the time sometimes from how they go about releasing new like story tidbits and like new lore hidden inside like the cards and stuff like that, and like even the new features. It almost feels like this is stuff that like we had been waiting for and wanted a company to do, but like a company never went to wanting to do such a thing because they weren't willing to bet on it. They weren't willing to bet on their audience to be accepting of the features / updates and story stuff. So yeah, it's worth the trying. I like, again, I feel like anything is worth trying if you are passionate about it, and I'm glad it really feels like Infold's been like pretty about that. You think you read it's about 70% women ran, and it's obvious in the writing and choices. Yes, I've never felt so like, yeah, that's yeah, we know you did that kind of thing. The game wouldn't be nearly as successful if there weren't yes, I agree. Yeah. I want to say that with a little grain of salt though, because I know they did a big update with Infinity Nikki, and that kind of crashed and burned the reputation for Infinity Nikki. So I'm not really sure what happened there, if it was like an upper management decision, or the team just was like constructed differently, or if it was outsourced or something. But I feel for Infinity Nikki community. I was a part of that, and I don't play it as much anymore because when I did log into the update, I got super confused, and I was like, maybe I can put this on the back burner because of how big everything changed. It was whiplash. So sometimes things just happen that way, but we'll just roll with it. I'm still enjoying Love in Deepspace, I can at least say that. So you don't play it, so you can't speak to it, but it wasn't a writing issue, right? It was pricing and itemization change. Yeah, it was like, okay, so it was a bunch of little changes here and there on top of the like writing lore update. Like, they wanted to introduce more multiplayer aspects, and I can't fault them for that, because like being an open world fashion game like that, it could really benefit from having more multiplayer integration and hanging out with your friends there. But like, it kind of got rid of the original opening cutscene and restructured the entire like opening lore. So that was one thing that I was like, why'd you need to do that just to, you know, introduce multiplayer? But then from like other aspects, they changed how the gacha worked on top of adding more currency items into it. And like, one thing that I know a lot of people was looking forward to was the dyeing system. They were actually going to let you like dye outfits and hair and stuff, and like they borked it from my understanding. I don't fully know the complexities of how they borked it, but they did. So, which makes me sad because I was enjoying my time there, but because of such changes, it's not got my attention as much anymore. I can at least say that. But yeah, sometimes things get flopped like that. And if there ever comes a time where that happens to Love and Deepspace, well, it'll be what it is, you know. But right now, it's still hot. Spicy hot. Spicy hot, which I enjoy. So, well, I'm gonna be sending you guys off to another Love and Deepspace player, for those of you on Twitch. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. If you celebrate the 4th, please take care, be careful. Ooh, I just burped. Please take care and be careful. That means I need to eat. I get hiccups and start burping sometimes. But yes, enjoy the view if you are going to see fireworks, and just keep an eye out, keep your eyes peeled, don't get burnt or anything like that. We'll be back tomorrow for a double stream, I think, right? Tomorrow's Saturday. Yes, double stream tomorrow. Yes. And make sure to stay healthy, wealthy, and hydrated, everybody. Till I catch you guys another time. Take care. Bye-bye.